Welcome back, everybody, to session 7 of the Crypt of the Elephant. We last left our travelers on the hunt for some elephant demon worshipping cultists that have been taking exorbitant amounts of slaves into the desert. And as rumor has it, they're putting these slaves to work building a shrine. Now, demon worshipping cultists building a shrine is bad enough. The purposes of this shrine is probably even more dastardly than one would imagine. More than likely, quite worse. You have crossed the River Phi, and you're on the opposite river, a riverbank from the fishing village that you'd recently obviously shipped from, or docked at, excuse me. It's not hard to follow a swath of tracks, dozens and dozens of barefooted tracks in the sand and on the muddy, grassy banks is kind of hard to obscure, even for covert religions and mystery cults such as these. You are astride camels, the three of you, plus 2 baggage camels. Alex, that's correct. 2 baggage camels. Okay, 2. Miza, we will say Miza is riding with Gree on his camel. She is quite light, and of the 5, Gree's camel is probably the has the lightest load. As you rise from the muddy embankment and find yourself where the sand meets the grass, Gree, would you describe your character for us?
Yes. Gree is a Yathite, anywhere age-wise between 17 and 19 years old. His black hair is cut close. At this particular time, he is back to being well equipped again with standard desert fare clothing and with a shiny new saber strapped to his side, made of star metal. That was a acquisition from the last adventure. He has healed up from his wounds, and so it doesn't have the bruising and the cuts so much anymore, and is feeling well rested.
Beautiful. Zarak, would you describe your character for us? And before you do so, I'm going to assume that the baggage camels are tied in a train to your camel. I'm assuming you're in the back. You tell me how you do that.
Yeah. They
Go
are
for it.
definitely not. Yeah. Zarak is a Talishite. He is a fairly average looking Talishite man. He's about 5'7". He's got a little lighter strip. He's got the black hair of the Talishite, but a little lighter strip in the middle of his beard and the middle of his hair, almost as if it were a mohawk, but it's just a discolored strip. He keeps his beard kind of close. His hair is close to shoulder length. He's got thick hair on his arms, as the Talishite do. You can see he's got the muscular arms of a soldier. He's got the muscular legs of a rider. Being on camelback now, this is pretty comfortable for him. Riding on a beast again. And he was about 30, so he's He's got some years on him, and you can tell he knows how to use his spear and shield well, despite what previous encounters in this campaign have shown. That's why he's lived so long, because he knows how to use them. He's got a stern look on his face right now. He's ready for some shit.
Excellent. As we steal a few moments to as the curtains open to reveal Nadim, Misa looks back at Zarok with her Gorgon mask. She is. What did you guys actually put her in? I know you guys bought her clothes, but how is she garbed? I'm gonna actually let the three of you actually describe what is she actually wearing.
Did we ever decide specifics on that?
Oh, yeah, I actually don't think we went into detail about that. I am assuming,
We're gonna take time to deal with it now.
right? I am assuming, just knee jerk 30 seconds is something with a hood, of course. I'm assuming she probably wants something that's dressed like, or at least long and flowy, so when she runs, it trails behind her. And something very light, because of course none of us want to boil out in the heat.
Yeah.
Besides that, I don't know much for details.
I would almost add too that we would have picked out something that is definitely Yathite and not too fancy, but not too grungy, so that at glances she would fit in a lot more, especially if she were bundling up and covering the mast, so that wasn't quite as obvious.
Would you guys have put her in something long and flowy, given the situation you guys will find yourselves in?
I mean, nothing too flowy that could get caught on stuff or grabbed. Like it'll have a little flutter to it.
We're not going to have her in pants and I don't think Mize is going to want us to put her in pants, is what I'm trying to say.
I honestly think you guys would probably dress her like a little Yathite boy so she can blend in with y'all to obscure her sex and to be like Gree just got done saying, not flashy.
Okay, so let me ask this: since Miza is an NPC, would Miza allow us to put her in something boy-like or masculine-like? Considering she has her mask back and she's a defiant little girl at times.
Misa does what her older brothers tell her to do. Because I'm sure the three of you have spoken to her about this isn't a field trip, dear. This isn't just us being fun.
Yeah, we could put the stern face on. Yeah.
This is for the party to negotiate, not just Mike.
But I would say that it would probably be baggy enough that she could withdraw her arms and her hands because she has a green tinge to her. And so something that would be easy for her to, pull up into so that her skin isn't necessarily exposed.
Okay.
So
Fair
maybe
enough.
Baggy, but not, maybe flowing was a little bit too strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. She will be dressed in something practical, like a little peasant boy's clothes with a hood. She, being for the audience's benefit, Misa is a Gorgon. Physically, she is maybe a handful of cycles old, but biological equivalent to like a petite 9-year-old girl, but with snakes for hair, and she wears a white, mostly featureless mask, that has a backing inside the mask that has some dark cloth that she can see through, but her eyes and it's perforated so where she can breathe in a non-menacing fashion. But that being said, she looks back and just childlike waves at Nadim as Gree is up front. And Nadim, describe your character for us.
Nadim is a Thoranean. If you were able to see him, he had a braided beard. He looks to be in his early 20s for cycles. The reason I say if you could see him is because right now he is basically covered head to toe in that matte black cloth that he has been using lately, for both cloak, cowl, mask, and hood. So essentially, the only thing you can see is maybe his hands on the reins of the camel and maybe his eyes. He also knows he is getting ready to go back to work. Therefore, the less of him is seen, the better. But then it also helps against the sun because the less skin exposed, the less chance of burning and pain, and that just interferes with the work anyway. If Gree is in the front and Zarok is in the back, then yes, he would be in the middle, probably head on a swivel. He has his bow out. He has an arrow laid against it, but it is not currently knocked. So he is basically holding that with one hand and the reins with the other. If need be, he can drop the reins and basically motion the animal with his legs.
Is it safe to assume that the party is going to be following these tracks until we find something?
That's what I would assume. I don't remember if Gree has the wild lore to track. I know Nadim does, so he will be watching out for any variant in the way that they are following. But yeah, otherwise, that's the last clue. That's the last breadcrumb they have. So that's what they're going to follow.
I'm not going to make anyone roll to track. This is pretty obvious until there is a sandstorm that covers the tracks. There, it's pretty obvious. Several dozens of people were driven through here some time ago, and the weather has been quite fair ever since. So, let's say you guys travel for.
And-
Oh,
And what
sorry,
time
Jack.
of day? What time of day are we starting off?
You guys would have started off that morning. So just maybe like an hour after first light. You got an entire day ahead of you.
Since Gree is out front, he's also going to be looking for flora and fauna. I assume that anything that is even remotely edible is probably picked clean, but you never know. And especially if I'm out front, I just keep an extra eye out for it. And as this is a big path that we're following, I'm also going to look for signs of, I guess, bodies or injuries or any type of sense that the slaves were being mistreated while they were being forced marched.
That's a good question. I actually hadn't considered that. Are the cultists, allegedly the cultists that you guys are tracking, are they mistreating their slaves?
Sorry.
No, that's actually I'm gonna say for the purposes that they were intended for, they would not mistreat them. They don't, there's no injuries, there's no blood trail, no one was actively bleeding. There's next to no vegetation out here as we're starting to get out into the dunes. The the path like maybe unsettling to you as Yathites are mostly the city folk, but there are some communities that live out in the desert, out in the dunes. These people just walk right out there. That it's your logic says obviously they had supplies, but marching that body of and again how the width of the swath of tracks just out into the doom seems foolhardy and probably to your academic mind pretty insane. They're like, oh, well, if they travel any far, like a great distance, you're gonna lose half of them.
Mhm.
Maybe this is when you go, oh shit, are these? We might actually see some bodies on this, in like out in the dunes. Just maybe if this trail goes on any farther, I'm gonna say, 2 chains pass, like 2 full chains, 20 days of you going out and following these tracks. Say you'll if you guys are not going at a forced march yourself and not trying to put your own selves at risk as well as Misa and your supplies at risk, you're going at a decent clip. A human being can walk 20 miles in a day. Camels, if they are walked, I'm gonna throw out a number because I'm not a zoologist, maybe like 2 to 3 times that. So you guys are pushing some 60 to 80 miles a day. So you guys are out there for some time. And this is when it starts to dawn on you. Why have we not seen any such bodies? Where the hell did these people go? So on the just after midday sun on the 20th day, give you guys a scene to role play through that. Go for it. Take it away, Gree.
So I'm, at a break. I'm going to point that out. I don't know if you guys have thought of this at all, but we haven't seen any bodies or any indication of some of these slaves falling behind. And that is a lot of supplies keeping that many people alive for this long. If they're doing this forced marched, it's actually pretty impressive.
Just because I actually don't know if this has come up or if we asked about this before. When I tracked, it was simply just footprints, right?
Yep.
There was no wheel marks, no animal foot, no animal feet.
This is no, it's just sand dunes out here. They're a wheeled cart would sink.
Right.
It'd be less than useless here.
But
After
still-
this many days, I'm sorry, Mike.
No, go ahead.
After this many days, are we seeing indications of them like setting up camps? I mean, are we coming across like old campsites that say that they are stopping and resting?
If they have been, they don't leave a trace of that,
Interesting.
which is possibly even more unsettling. I'll say Nadim hasn't when he's been poking around, you haven't seen any like animal signs aside from what would possibly be indigenous life.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would think like left side of the party's brain here. This is a body of slaves. They've got to have guards. And maybe they would have to have a baggage train of some kind. If in that baggage train would more than likely be camels to you guys, and camels eat and shit. Truth be told, and they leave tracks. We don't see signs of shitting, and there are no camel tracks that match this situation from the three of your minds. There's probably wild camels that have crossed your guys' path, but that's what I mean. They don't match this particular situation. Like,
Well,
fuck you. You would hope that there'd be at least be an elephant of some kind. Not even that.
Is there some sort of magic that can just give someone an endless supply of energy, and maybe they're just walking and walking and
Yeah. We've come across it before, remember?
yeah.
That'd be a
mummy,
lot
right?
That'd be a lot of salt mummies. And
well, maybe they're
they-
not mummies yet, but maybe they're just the walking dead and they don't even know it. Maybe they're just bewitched to march until they either die or reach their destination. I don't know. I don't know much of magics, but if it's possible, that's how they're just going without camping, without pack animals. That's how they're doing it. Maybe they're bewitched to go and not stop. They're slaves after all. Why would someone treat them well? Just bewitch them and make them walk to the destination until they're done and then work.
And what about human feces at all? Any indication of human spore?
Besides tracks, no, no one shit in the desert either.
You can't expect that many people to be covering their feces.
Right.
If that many people were being forced marched, we should be finding piles, at least occasionally.
Again, maybe magically they don't have to stop, eat, drink, defecate. Maybe they are just going. If you don't see a camp, there wasn't a camp, right? I don't know. I can't think of any other reason why there wouldn't be a camp, why there wouldn't be refuse. Just maybe it just doesn't exist. Maybe they just march.
No, I believe you're onto something. It's just a matter of if this enchantment that the slaves are in is keeping them alive or animating them dead.
Sounds awful either way.
Indeed.
No, there seems to be some interference here of some kind. But yeah, no, there's quite a few things here that do not add up, and of all things and all voices to speak up, Tanzama actually speaks up and says, there must be some form of devilment here, They're seeing like this audible disembodied voice that sounds like somewhere between like a hot desert wind and the crackling of a fire. Just kind of like as a breeze comes through the camp, and Misa just looks around. What the hell?
In order to engage with him, as we're making our own camps,
Right.
do I need to like pull out the saber and engage with him, or does he just kind of chip in at times as we're discussing this?
He seems to be kind of an omnipresent sense in it with the sword is his vessel in the physical world, so wherever it is, his influence is near. So being as you're wearing it, he'll always be around you, and he can be spoken to audibly or telepathically.
Okay.
He will either do one or the other with you as well, but he audibly just spoke disembodied like just now. So yeah, no, that was the other three listeners going, what the hell? They not used to disembodied voices. At this point, Gree's probably used to it. Oh, all right, yeah, cool, thank you.
It's like the orb talking to Aaron.
Yeah, right. So now, continue. As you guys were.
My problem is, no, sorry, go ahead, Gree.
Oh, no, I was going to say, yeah, no, this is good discussion. I don't have any answers, but it's definitely stuff to keep in mind that when we do come across this body, that they may either be magically enhanced or under the control of these captors. So we have to be. I'm thinking we might have to be prepared to be 300 plus against 4. Take it away, Nadine.
My problem is I know that such things are possible, but I have no way of counteracting such things. So unless we have a way to counteract this, we could quite honestly just be walking the desert until we exhaust ourselves.
Does Tanzama have anything to counteract mass enchantment of any sort?
It's either that or there's an illusionary spell going on and we're just following our own trail.
Tanzama replies audibly. Again, unfortunately, I do not. Jinn are skilled in a great many things. I am not one such who is a sorcerer.
He's a sorcerer.
He actually laughs at that. Clever. I like that.
You got in there and you can't do other magics?
I am skilled with the task of taking someone apart physically, not spiritually.
When looks can kill, Tanzama. When looks can kill.
Oh, I will show you. Gree and I will show you soon enough.
Well,
Gree actually strikes a pose. Yeah. Well done, man. Well done. He is sporting that saber like a prince.
Arabian Nights.
Right? Thanks, Alex. Thank you.
Well, either way, whether we're following our own tracks or whether they are endlessly marching, I know what men can't do. What men can do and can't do, or they must sleep and they're not. So Do we just follow this? Do we make a marker? Do we leave a marker for ourselves in case we are bewitched or something and circling?
That
Is
can't hurt.
there a check we can make to, I mean, I would assume it's very easy to follow the sun to make sure that we're not looping, but like, is that something that we need to do right now? Make a check to make sure we're not circling.
I don't actually think so. If you guys were following that path, which actually, open mouth, insert foot, game master. Hang on a moment. Alex, since you brought it up, do you have grades in traveling? Can you actually make a traveling save? Yeah.
Where? Let me make sure. Where the physique? Correct. I have some.
Go ahead and make me a traveling save since you're the one who brought it up.
Oh, save. Okay, let me review this again. It is 1 die.
One die skill bonus versus the save difficulty.
Explodes once.
Yes.
Explodes once.
Saves can explode once. Other skill tests explodes multiple times.
Well, good. That's an explode.
Oh,
there you go. There you go.
Not a great secondary, but explodes. Okay.
And let's do this properly, Mike, since we went over the sliding scale for saves. What level are you guys?
2.
You guys are 2nd level.
Okay, so it was die, so it was explode plus next die plus level plus
no,
I gotta
skill bonus.
it.
Not level, skill bonus.
Skill bonus, okay. Okay, and not stat modifier, just skill bonus. Yes, sorry, yes, stat bonus.
You're good.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. Okay, so I rolled an 8 and then a 2, so 10, and I have 2 grades in traveling, so 11.
Plus 1. Yeah.
Okay.
You have 2 grades in traveling. That's a plus 1.
That's a plus 1. Yep. So it's 11.
Okay.
8 plus 2 plus 1.
Yep. Gotcha.
And not plus physique, right? Modifier.
Yes. No.
Yes, plus physique.
No, no.
Correct. Correct.
Die,
No.
skill, and that's it. God damn.
Okay, 11.
There you go. You don't think you've been circling? You're pretty positive that you haven't been.
Okay, group question here for a moment then. When we make camp and we break down camp, have we been completely cleaning up after ourselves? Feces included.
I mean, I would assume so.
I would say that feces would probably be a yes, just because I'd be like, ooh, that's a way to that we spread disease. So everyone needs to dig a cat box when you go off and do your business.
Okay, so there would be mounds in the ground of our droppings, like under the ground, but we would know we dug,
right?
And it would look different because narrator, the weather has been decent, correct?
Yeah.
No major sandstorms, no major windstorms.
I would have probably murdered you guys with a sandstorm by now. No high winds. It's been very pleasant. The most exciting that it's probably been. It's been partly cloudy last week.
You're right.
It's
Okay.
it's pretty clear.
Okay, because here's where I'm going with this. Even if
Okay.
we were to dig cat boxes and have kicked out, the ashes and stuff, there would
Mhm.
still be markings of people there. Like we would
Correct.
see the piles from where we dug in to leave our shit.
You guys haven't been
We-
making your camps undetectable. No.
Right. So if we were circling back around on our own trail, that should be evident, yes?
Should be. If you guys haven't circled around on yourselves yet, maybe that circle is fucking huge.
Oh, thanks for that. I was trying to help.
Yeah, I know. Great, but I'm also
Yeah, I know.
we're discussing
Big
orienteering
picture
right
here.
now. And
mean,
unfortunately, Arklanar isn't Earth, so you can navigate by the stars the same way that sailors do. The constellations are not navigatable in that way.
I mean, the only thing we can do is just keep going forward then, I think.
I'd agree.
So, if we've been going for 2 full chains,
20 days, yes. This is the midday, just after midday of the 20th day.
I will say probably out of sheer boredom after like the first chain, Nadim would pull out that Sunstone Scepter.
Okay.
And he'd be taking a look at that.
Okay.
Just
It's quite pretty.
it's quite pretty.
You don't have the necessary skills, nor do you have the sight to examine it the same way a magician or a mystic would. But
Right.
yeah, what is Nadim's essentially what would his previously known as sight be? It's now called called occult. What is his stat?
So like the actual stat is a 6.
The stat is oh yeah. Then you're pretty suspicious that that's got some aspect to it that may or may not be mystical, but you have no idea. Maybe that's wishful thinking.
Right. I don't know, and I guess I don't know. Well, like he'd be out in the open about looking at it too, so I don't know if the
Looked like a rod of office for a priest or a scribe of some kind. To Gree's eyes, if Gree comes from a line of people that are part of the scribe and or priest caste, it probably would have been something very similar to like what his great grandpa or great uncle would have had as like his mark of office as a scribe or a priest of some type. But I will say, though, it does have the set religion markings on it. So it has serpent iconography on it. Just for the sake of being fun, it has some stylized Ouroboros snake iconography on it. Yep. The floor is yours, gentlemen. However you want to proceed. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away.
No, you're fine.
Now, the only other thing I was going to mention is as we're taking our breaks or making camp, Gree had picked up a basic sling as part of the shopping that we did. And so, although I don't have any skill points in it, I'm going to find time to practice with it.
Okay.
In the hopes of metagaming, leveling up, being able to put skill points towards it in the future. So, but
Okay.
yeah, as passing time on watch or fixing dinner, I'll be whipping stones out, seeing how that works.
Do you did you have time to peruse the new sling rules and the revised rules?
I saw that if you rolled doubles above, what was it,
Six
six,
or above.
7, or 8s, yeah,
Mhm.
that you get instant kill.
Yep. Target dies instantly.
Schwack.
So he's quite interested in building up his proficiency in this new toy.
To hopefully destroy somebody. Awesome. That's the only weapon in the rule set that, besides a crit, rolling doubles will kill something instantly. Boom. But that is my kind of half poking fun jab at being someone who's played RTSs for years and years. The slinger is always the first ranged military infantry unit, and the slinger is always the weakest archer that you can train up, especially like classic Age of Empires. And always love the slingers, but slingers like obviously in history, a mass of slingers is terrifying. You just throw
Yeah.
rocks at people at 90 mph, depending on how strong your arm is and the generating of the force. Ow! I don't care if you're wearing a
And,
helmet. That is going to ring the shit out of your bell.
and the ammunition for them is
It's
literally laying on the
everywhere.
ground. Yeah. So,
Right. So, anyway,
Yep.
So Gree in his downtime will be practicing with his sling. Tanzama will manifest himself as a seemingly like a almost like a somewhat there, somewhat not apparition of fire. He looks like a kind of a silvery red heat shimmer about the size of a man, and he'll like watch you do this. And as Tanzama is pretty militaristic and martial in his own aspect, as you come to find out, at least of his people, the Efreet Jinn, he's quite a skilled warrior. So his bearer, taking up a new weapon is favorable in his eyes. So he can't teach you, but he will be present, however disembodied like, to give advice and to like observe. And he's despite his all pretty horrifying manifestation earlier, he looks like quite a charming disembodied companion. It is a little strange. Maybe the folklore does not add up to, holy shit, the Jinn are terrifying. Well, this seems actually quite charming to hang out with.
Still terrifying, but charming.
And I'm going to tell him, I'm Tanzama, as we're making camp, when it's feasible, I will build a small fire as our supplies allow, and that will be out of respect for you, so that our companions will see the fire and know that you're with us, and that fire will represent you being as part of our party.
Okay. He accepts your offering as a side fire. That being said, that will kind of symbolize the portal in which he'll manifest from, but most of his essence will be around that small fire that you build for him. He has a physical range now, besides the vessel that is the sword, and the portal of his influence can be brought forth into this world.
And even if I'm asleep, then what I'm hoping is that the fire, if we keep it going while others take watch, then it's another set of eyes, or it's kind of a reminder that we have him, with us as well.
The night watch will be pretty ominous then. Those who stay up at night, you won't be alone, because Tanzama can't sleep, or he doesn't, at least not in the form that he currently is in. But there is a heat shimmer that seems to walk the encampment on these nights. Actually, well done, Gray. That's actually fantastic. A bit of mysticism for the party now. If only he actually was if only he actually had skill as a mystic or even a magician himself, he'd actually have a magical talent in the party. But anyway, I digress.
Next time.
Right? How do you guys wish to proceed? That is the evening of the 20th day as you guys are bedding down.
All right. I mean, Nadim will just take watch like normal, but he's at a loss because if there is something barring their way, they have no way of getting around said obstacle. They're way too far away to go back to find help. At least he assumes. So in his mind, it's just we'll get up and we'll keep going.
Rafe, can we tell? Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead.
continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't remember where I got them from, but I have 6 makeshift torches. At this point, if I am suspicious of magical bullshit, and Zerat goes, I don't know, there might be something fishy going on here. Can I use one of the makeshift torches to breadcrumb our way and just stake it in the sand and be like, if we see this again, something's up?
There's nothing stopping you from doing that. I'd say go for it, but that is up to the party to decide whether or not you guys yourselves want to be tracked.
I mean, there's a giant path here of supposed passage, so
it's up to you guys. I won't say no. It is a party decision.
We've left little cat box mounds. We've left enough passage, as well as this giant group. I think a makeshift torch staked in the ground to just double down on this. Are we going in circles potentially? I don't think that makes much of a difference. So, but if anybody does have a problem with it, you can tell me not to. But otherwise, I'm staking a makeshift torch in the ground.
Yeah, I wouldn't do all of them, but certainly one wouldn't.
No, I supposedly have 6, so just one here, maybe another one when I feel like it might be applicable. But yeah, just one for now.
Rafe, can we tell how old the tracks are at this point that we're following?
Make me a wild lore test.
13.
Oh, what? Sorry, what's Terry?
I got a 13.
Okay. Uh, you've been traveling for two chains, 20 days now. They're at least that old. You have not discovered any signs of gaining on them.
That's what I was looking for.
Right. By the way, I used the skull for the opposing test just there. First one, there you go. Yeah. For that specific role. Thank you, Terry. I will tell you, this dice tower on my desk in the dark is fucking unsettling. with the skull just open. Oh my god.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So scary. That
So-
first
Yeah,
time.
you have to name it and show it off every now and then.
No, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna paint it, and then I'm gonna name it. I'm not gonna name it something silly like Yorick, but Yorick.
You knew him well.
I thank you. God damn, Shakespeare. No, I have to name the fucking spider too.
Yeah, right.
But
Don't name it Charlotte though.
no, hell no. Fuck's sakes. No.
Okay. So
they're at least that old. You have not discovered any signs of like possibly gaining on them, like something more frequent. It's just homeostasis.
okay, when that gets thought about, I'm gonna look at Gree and be like, they're on foot. We're on camels. How are we not gaining?
If my calculation is correct, we're going about as 3 times as fast as a person would be, even with a forced march. And so conceivably, we should have caught up with them many days ago.
Remind me, do we know when exactly they left? I didn't mark that in my notes. Do we know how many days head start they had?
I don't believe you guys asked.
I don't think we asked that. I wasn't sure if anybody had, and I just forgot to write it down.
But even if they were a full chain ahead of us, and we've been traveling, for 2 chains. But we're going 3 times.
If they were a full chain ahead of us, we theoretically should have caught them probably in the last 3 days,
Exactly.
roughly, without doing any sort of math. But
Hanzama makes a 42 on his esoteric lore. And
Jesus.
that's just
I
showing
know, right?
off.
Yeah, well, when you're a djinn who's several thousand years old.
This some bitch over here.
Just showing off.
Someone knows magic. Ooh.
Oh. He knows something about something, but he doesn't. He himself is not a magician. He actually whispers into Gree's mind that there is some devilment here. He does not know what kind, but there is, and you are being duped. And the tone of his voice is annoyed. Like it dawned on him just now. And
because the other thing is that this isn't well-traveled terrain. Yes, it's been packed down from the bodies, but
you're out in the sand dunes. This is essentially the Rubal Khali.
Like actually, like looking this up, they should all have like 17 grades of exhaustion by now. We should be seeing bodies heaped up that are just dead. So There's a fucking mystic when you need one.
What are
Yep.
we running on a shitty treadmill? What's going on?
Yeah, right.
An enormous sandy treadmill.
Like, God. Okay, I played way too many fucking video games because you know when my mind's like I mentioned we're too far away to ask for help.
Yep.
But the only thing going through my fucking brain right now is we turn around, we'll be right back at the fucking riverbank.
I was gonna say, what if we literally turn around and we're a day from the river? Like stupid
Okay.
treadmills.
Like I could see that being fuck you. All right, I could see that being a thing.
What about this? What if Nadine, would you feel comfortable if we sent you out by yourself, really, lightly encumbered, and have you do like a scout ahead, like a day or two or three, and we'll just keep going as we're going, and then you're able to be a forward observer.
You want me to basically double time and not quite exhaust myself to get ahead type of thing?
And then wait for us to catch up, and we just pick a predetermined time, like you're gonna double time it for 2 days and then stop and wait for us to show up, or what do you think?
Yeah, we can do that.
At this point, the party more than likely needs advanced recon at this point.
Yes. Something needs
so-
to change because this cycle is not working.
Right?
No, we can do that.
What
Yeah,
if we take a slow pace forward and you double time it backwards and see if you reach the village? Maybe we are making no progress.
let's try forward first, and then we'll take 2 steps back.
Okay.
That's just me though.
All right. You tell me what we're doing to Nadim's camel.
All right. Has there been enough flora and fauna around here to support at least one person on wild lore, or has it been too barren for that?
It's been far too barren.
Okay.
No. There is no there's no wild edibles out in the dunes.
Not enough wild
Unless-
scorpions to get around either.
If you want to eat a scorpion, that's on you.
Nadim probably would. He wouldn't give a shit. But I'm splitting hairs on that. That's fine.
Snake, lizard, spider. Don't eat the fucking camel spiders. Yeah, right.
There's a reason convoys stop for them.
They scream at you. Did you know that? They actually make fucking noise.
But anyway,
Anyways, I apologize.
Nadim
I have to sleep at some time. I have to sleep at some point. Can you not?
Well, they're just
I
out in the desert. You're
apologize,
fine. You're fine.
You don't live in the right climate for it.
You're
We're
not gonna
fine.
find one around here. Yeah. Wolf spiders are a different story, but not camels. Yeah. No. Nadim will. I mean, yeah, he'll take basically a change worth of single rations, and he'll take his camel, and he'll take whatever he has on his person, minus like that extra bag with like the scepter and shit. He'll put that in one of the pack camels. And yeah.
Armor or no armor?
He still has his armor on underneath. It's just that lightweight.
I'm not talking about you. We're talking about the camel.
Oh. No. Nadim will actually go without armor on the camel.
Okay.
If need be, they can put it on one of the pack camels, so it doesn't get shot or something. But no, if I'm going to double time it, I am not going to have the camel in Barty.
Encumbered.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Nadeem, do you have anything that is reflective on your person so that if you needed to signal us from a distance, that you could, um, send some flashes? Or does anybody that have anything to give to him?
I don't think any of us do, honestly. I mean, I could always light up the white phosphorus if I need to.
Ah.
Hmm.
If I needed to signal him, is the star metal, is it polished that I could
Oh,
touch
very.
It's
Very.
photoactive, yeah.
Okay.
That is
Oh, actually, I do then. I have the Fey Iron Dagger.
there you go. Then yes,
There we
you
go.
have one thing that is mirror reflective.
Yes, so yes, we do. We do.
Okay.
I completely
So
forgot that would actually work for that.
So let's just say that we've got a way of signaling each other that we would only use in case of emergencies.
Right. So, shall we bank on 3 days ahead?
I agree.
Do we need that much time to test this? Couldn't you just ride hard for a day and then we'll catch up in 2 days, theoretically? Or we'll catch up by the end of the day and we'll know we're being bamboozled.
Right.
I don't think it would take multiple days to test this theory.
I like to err on the side of caution, though. Yeah.
Who has grades in premonition?
Yes.
Yes.
Who has the
Look.
highest grades in premonition?
It's been a few weeks.
I
I only
have
have
3.
two.
Who? What? Two?
We-
And
We
So-
both have a +1, but Nadeem has more.
okay. Hey Nadeem, make me a premonition test.
Okay. $14.
14? Okay. Uh
Oh wait, hold on. No,
there's
I did that wrong.
What'd you do?
Because
What?
premonition is a save, isn't it?
No, premonition. We're just doing a skill here. Actually, well,
Oh,
here.
'cause I have it listed in the saving throws.
All right, fine. Make a
Okay.
premonition save then.
Sorry. I just thought about that. I was like, wait, hold on, I screwed that up.
It's because you're being attacked right now.
Oh, of course we are. So that's gonna be a 10.
That's a 10. All right. Well, shit. Okay. Seemingly living bodies start digging their way out of the sand. They're not desiccated. They're fleshy. It doesn't look like there's anything terribly fucking wrong with them. And you guys have won the reaction. So, gentlemen, your side in the engagement goes first here as we're playtesting some surprise round tactics. So, in descending order, obviously Gree doesn't have any grades in premonition, correct? Okay. It'll go Mike, Alex, and then Nadeem. Actually, Mike, Alex, and then Gree.
Mike, Alex, and then Nadeem, huh?
Yeah, right. Michael go twice apparently.
Fuck yeah.
Mike, save us
How far away are these things?
at your
And how
feet.
many?
Like at my feet.
There are 24 semi-naked male commoners of varying ages that have kind of a dead look in their eyes, and they don't have whites of their eyes. It's just black. As they come out of the sands here. There's about a dozen of them, 12.
Oh shit. Yay. Well.
As Tanzama seemingly leaps into Gree's hand at this point, you hear him say in your mind, "They're possessed. That's why."
And I
Well,
share that with everyone.
Well,
Okay.
Zorak was right.
So Nadim, what are you doing?
Yeah. 2 daggers in hand. I guess I'm gonna go stab shit.
What daggers are you using?
I have the Fey Iron in one hand, and then I think I just have bronze otherwise. Yeah.
Make me
Fey
a
Iron
life
and
force
bronze.
save.
Oh yay!
Every time your eyebrows raise, I get concerned.
Even though I still have gloves on.
like you look down at your sheet and you're like, and I'm like, oh no, he didn't have to
Fuck.
say anything, and I was like, there's gonna be something wrong with this. I just see.
All right. Well, I can never fucking remember the formula for those. 1d8 plus level.
Saves don't have level.
Oh, that's right.
Save. It's just die skill.
But Life Force doesn't have a skill.
Then that would be your spirit modifier.
Okay.
It's the only one that has a stat modifier to it.
Okay. 14.
14? Oh
It
shit.
exploded, thank God.
4 points of corruption.
Jesus.
Yeah. You get a bloody nose and you cough and ink comes out of both your nostrils.
Yeah.
Or what seems like ink.
Even,
And with that, you're actually going to lose your turn.
that's even with his gloves on?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Storak, help!
All right, let's spear some not dead but dead boys.
Now, here's my thing. As the left side of the party's brain, these slaves, they're slaves. These are innocent people. Okay. Being
attacking us.
possessed by devilment. You guys can proceed however you wish. I'm not here. You guys do whatever you want.
I mean, they're attacking us. Maybe we can subdue 1 or 2 at the end and see if we can pop them out of this state and interrogate. But I think we need to thin the herd.
Okay.
Is Zorak's mind.
Okay.
He doesn't like these numbers right now. So
yeah, no.
we're gonna make it a more manageable number.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna spear 1 through so that we can start thinning the herd a little bit.
Okay.
That's okay.
Make your attack roll. Because there's a couple that are right there.
Yeah, just doing some math here. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, I don't think I upgraded this number. Hold on. No, I didn't. Okay. That should be a 12.
Yeah, that Skull Dice Tower. Yay. Oh no, that hits. That hits, and then some. Roll damage, brother.
That should be 7.
7 damage.
Yeah, 7 damage.
Okay. Well, you can describe how you destroy him because that is more than his vitality right there.
Probably just a well-aimed jab, a straight jab with the spear. Probably through the neck. Most efficient way to kill would probably be just a straight up
Run him
cut
through.
through that windpipe and disable the breathing, and just maybe even get the neck, the spinal cord. So just a good old poke right through the neck.
He dies. We'll go to Gree at that point.
I have
Oh,
I have enough grades in long weapon. I can make a second attack,
go for it.
Ah,
and I would
nice.
like to.
Oh, please
I
do
made sure
that.
to get just enough.
There you go. -1.
That's a crit. That's double 8s.
Oh,
Yes.
what?
Yes,
I told you
finally.
that. I told you that I was going to
Finally.
ignore crits. The first crit for yours.
Fail. Crit.
Oh, excuse me.
Fail.
Is that what I said?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's double 8s. Finally.
Make sure you mark that down.
Yes, sir. That's a physique
That's a
stat
physique
increase right
attribute.
there.
Yeah, right. Attaboy. Well done, Alex. Well done. And with that, since I haven't actually revised the crit table, so yeah, just roll damage and double it then.
Woo. Roll damage and double.
They're not wearing armor, so it really doesn't matter.
Okay, that's a 6 on the die, so 12 plus my modifier. 15.
You can describe that for us if you'd like.
This one, for some flavor, are there any that are maybe lined up like a couple of good boys?
A couple of good boys. Wow,
Like
Alex.
a couple of good possessed boys. If it's not possible with my really long spear, if it's not possible to skewer 2 at once, that's fine. But I was hoping to thin the numbers with a crit with maybe like a double skewer.
I suppose I'll let you kill 2 of them.
I was literally only gonna beg a 2 for 1 if I crit, and I fucking did. So we'll go center mass. We'll take maybe like we'll say I get like a couple feet of a running start, and I just do a big lunge. And it's a very powerful lunge with a full arm extension, and I get two possessed boys through the gut, and critical areas.
We're gonna say that is there's gonna be 9 left. 3 went down if there's 12 of them. Gree, can you show up Alex in any way?
Okay, so Gree steps up. The first thing he wants to do is make sure he steps back to the relatively fighting line of the party, so that we're not going to get flanked with mass numbers. So
Right.
he will take defensive steps back to kind of make sure that we're in the vicinity of each other. I don't have a to hit bonus with star metal, right? It's just damage.
That is +2 to attack.
Ah, nice.
Yep.
Okay, so Gree goes on guard with the saber and strikes. Okay, so that's a 10 plus. That's a 15 plus 3, 18.
That will also land a hit. You can describe for us. Actually, well, roll damage, please. Sorry.
9.
9 points. Yeah, well, yeah, right. All you guys got to do is basically hit these guys and they go down.
So
Describe that for
as
us.
as Gree goes into on guard, he notices that they're not doing anything defensive. They are just coming straight at, and they're not necessarily dodging out of the way. And so this is almost like, oh, this is just a dummy practice. And so he just lines up and does a straight from shoulder to waist slash, and opens up his target from from shoulder to waist across the entire body.
Nice. Yeah, no, you disembowel him and he coughs what looks like black ink from his throat, and when you open him up, his blood is also black, and he like topples. This seems like an old man, like 50-year-old man, was opened up, and he topples in a black, bloody, and oddly enough, smoking wreck there in the sands. And we go back to. Do you have a second attack, actually, Gree?
Not that I've noted anywhere.
Okay. Nadim, redeem yourself.
Yeah, I guess after he kind of shakes his head, wipes the ink from his nose, and he'll look at it for a second. Of course, it's black on black, but I'm sure the ink / blood is kind of glistening there.
Right.
He'll kind of just like flick it down the sand, and then
It leaves some black dribbling in the sand.
Right. And yeah, basically he'll pop both daggers into like the reverse grip where it's going down, and he'll almost like stalk over to one of these guys and then just kind of like attempt to jam a dagger into a skull.
Is that gonna be a called shot?
No, but yeah, he's just gonna
You'll hit him where you can hit him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming I'm assuming some of these guys are still like scrabbling out of the dirt, or is everyone kind of up and
when we finally get back to you, they are mostly out of the sand.
Okay. Never mind. Yeah, we'll just go center mass. And I thought they were still like scrabbling out type of thing.
Okay.
Since he's still holding on to it, does anything else happen?
Hold on to what?
The Fey Iron Dagger.
No. Nothing
Okay.
else. You had a moment of a few moments of sickening oblivion there.
Right.
As the corruption sets in, but besides that, nothing else accosts you. You feel pretty whipped, though.
Yeah, well, corruption will do that to you. Ooh. So let's see. So 16 on the hit.
Yeah, that actually hits too. Yeah.
Okay. I get any dispatches on that?
No dispatch, no.
No dispatch. Okay. So that's going to be a total of 5. I'm assuming the Fey Iron does not do anything extra since you guys are not actually undead.
No, they are not undead.
Okay. Yeah. So
The
5
one
points.
time the undead narrator does not throw undead at them and gives the party Fey Iron.
God damn it.
God damn it, man.
Right.
Okay, so
he's still kicking?
Oh yeah, how actually? Hang on, how much damage did you do to him? Check my
5.
notes. 5. Yes, he's still kicking.
All right, good. The bronze dagger will follow right behind then.
Okay, good.
$19 on that one.
19 hits. Yes.
And that'll be 7 points unless something else happens.
Yeah, no, he's dead now.
Yeah, so essentially what that's going to be is he'll go up with the Fey Iron and kind of like probably just bury it in the guy's gut.
Okay.
And then when he's like not going limp in his arm, he's going to take the other and put it like right between the shoulder blades in the back. Almost as if he was like trying to connect the 2 dagger points in the middle.
He coughs on you as you get him and you have him half bent over. Make me another. Actually, I was gonna have you make another save. Do you have grades in meditation?
Yes.
You have grades in meditation. Oh, then you can in fact make a meditation save.
I rolled a 1.
Are you serious? Oh my God. Really? Like, you're not
Yeah.
fucking with me right now.
No, I have a total of 2. I rolled a 1.
One more combatant enters the fray. Slightly more skilled combatant enters the fray.
All right, I get spit upon.
Fuck, this just changed the tone of the campaign. Give me your character sheet, Mike. You're possessed.
Oh yay!
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
The demon in the slave jumps from the slave to Nadim, and now fuck, really? God damn
Does
it!
that get through all the cloth he has on?
It's touch. It doesn't matter. There's no magic skill in the party. You're possessed by
Right.
a demon now.
Okay.
God fucking damn it.
You're now Dan the fisherman.
Shut up, Alex. This is fucking serious here. How are you sending me your character sheet, Mike? Fucking email? I don't know.
What do we see? What happens that we see?
Nadim just fucking skewers Dan the fisherman, and thanks, Alex. And so he's got him like half bent over as he like stabbed him through his spinal column there, and just like sever the fucking spine so he'll just fall over and die. And this entity coughs on him, and Nadim just like gets real stiff for a moment, and he lets go of the corpse, and what we would normally see Nadim's if he's a typical Thoranean, he'd have brown eyes and with the whites of his eyes showing, and because he's mostly covered, it's just black now. Like he has like his bronze heavily seen by the sun skin there, but it's just, there's no retina, there's no sclera, just the whites of his eyes black, all of it. And he just turns to y'all and God damn it. Mike!
I'll send it to you on through Messenger.
Did you
As a
have
ti-
to? Did you have to fucking shit.
Hey.
I was not prepared. Possession in the party.
And so
Uh,
the possession was like instant.
It'll take a few seconds, but by the time it comes back around to Nadim's turn, he'll be on the antagonist's side.
So basically what happens if he gets those couple seconds is Nadim stabs this son of a bitch, feels this happen, probably feels this possession taken forth. Two things are gonna pass through his brain. One, everything he was told about having to be skin on skin contact was a fucking lie. That's one reason he covers up, because nothing can touch his bare skin, therefore he should be okay. Two, he's gonna turn to the party best he can, and probably at this point, at a whisper, tell them to run. And that'll probably be the last thing he is able to say underneath his own volition.
As a mental, as kind of like a mental blast, did we ever discuss can gorgons unpetrify things, or is that a possibility? Like if they petrified something, or another gorgon petrified something, can that be undone?
You're not aware of that. You did.
All right.
You
Or no, it was
yeah.
not discussed.
No.
I couldn't remember if it was discussed at all. But Gree had the most massive Gorgon lore dump, so I figured we would know that. Right.
Well,
you scored that ridiculously good roll.
And not only that, but if you think about all the nights that we've spent with Misa, and we'd be like, so I've got a question about how this works. Maybe we would just have like these campfire talks about how what her society is like and how her powers work.
Yeah, her capabilities as a traveling party member, NPC or not.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as we are aware, that cannot be undone.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
yeah, no stoning Nadim to try to save him later on. Sorry, Alex.
Well, that was the thought. So, oh boy, our odds just got like 40% worse in this fight. Sorry, no, like 70% worse in this fight.
Okay, so there's about 7 of them left, 7-ish of them.
7
plus a level 2 assassin.
Yeah, and
okay. You are a much better fighter than I am. Is there any way that you have like subdue moves? If I take out the villagers, I can take out Dan the fisherman and Grandpa, or work on them. If you can engage, and sorry if this is like complete metagame, because we're all like,
we kind of have to now because I wasn't prepared for.
Yeah, it's like
this.
It's like, knock him out. You got to knock him out.
Except at the moment, you guys don't know I'm possessed. It's not going
to
take
the eyes. The
round.
eyes seem like a pretty big giveaway.
You just told us to run, and I'm like, knock him out.
Because at this point, I figure, depending on how this fight is arrayed, you and I fight side by side, and we tell Misa to get him. And just blast just stand behind us and do a twirly blast and just stone everything, and we just end. That's what I'm picturing. We have her stand behind us and we just rotate and we just have her blast all the things with with petrifying gaze type of.
Okay, so she might not.
When you have a nuke, use it. We
She
have
might
a
not-
Gorgon.
He might not want to do that against Nadine. So if you can take your
Possession is
turn next.
2/3 of the law, sir. I think.
Narrator.exe has stopped functioning, by the way, over there.
I think.
But I'm thinking if Zarak has his turn next, if he could do some type of subdue damage, especially if Nadim is still kind of changing and maybe doesn't have his like defenses ready, if you could like knock him out, and then we could do the Miza turn and spin against Dan the Fisherman's. I don't know. I'm still
Just
trying to
hold her
save
up
him.
in front of us.
I-
Just like a little, just like a high beam, like a fog light.
Oh, girl. Girl power.
Oh,
shit. All right. How do you guys
mean,
want to go?
Zarak's up.
I mean, do I have time before Nadim is fully possessed?
You have
The-
until I'm not telling you. That is too much information.
Yeah.
The possess. Wow, Mike. Thank you for making it worse.
I honestly, if I'm real
I am
honest,
muted the rest of the session. I am no longer here. It is no longer outside of it's no longer within my control. So have fun.
Right? Oh, god damn it.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Terry. The
There
first
is
thought
no
Zarak
Nadim,
has,
only Zool.
the first thought Zarak has is, I don't want to like, I can't risk us. I can't risk the rest of us. Past experience of this character in and out of campaigns says I can't risk being gentle in this situation.
And go with your gut, because obviously this all happens within fractions of a second, and so we don't have honestly we don't have the opportunity to talk through this like we are. So if that's
like this is milliseconds have passed.
yeah. So
okay, so
if that's what your gut character is telling you to do, then that's what you should do.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Nadim says run. For flavor, I'm gonna assume that he just starts convulsing a little bit.
Yep.
And then
he does the
like
backward crawl, backward
Yeah.
walk down the fucking staircase. Yeah. There's a staircase now, apparently.
Zarak would yell like, agree with me. We have to put him down or stop him. Miza, get the rest of them. And then Zarak is just gonna leap towards Nadim and he's gonna do some damage. I gotta subdue it. I gotta subdue him through either killing or harming him so much that he can't bodily fight back.
Yes. Yeah.
What?
I'm not going gentle on the first hit. I'm just going for damage.
You're gonna stick him with the spear end?
That's the first thing they taught me about holding a spear, was stick him with the pointy end.
Oh my god.
I don't know what else to do.
I know. God damn it.
That was average at best.
Yeah.
This is as close to PvP as we're gonna get, and it's acceptable now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and the problem is, if we allow him to attack, then
You guys are done.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
So-
15 to hit on an attack.
That misses.
Okay. Okay. Second. I'm gonna go for a second poke. This is where I could have used the fucking crit.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
Well, that's the exact same roll, so 15. Or is it -1 for a second? It's -1 for a second, so
Yes,
14.
This is 14. That god damn it. That fucking hits.
All right. Oh,
Mike, your
that's
character sheet
that's-
isn't fucking working for me. What is his damage suppress? That's a
Give me a
fucking
second. I'll pull it up.
Did you
That's
just
that's two explosions in a row.
dude, stop it.
Damage suppresses a +3.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
That was an 8 and an 8 and a 2 plus other things. So 16, 18 plus. I've never been so excited to kill a friend. That's 21 damage.
Oh,
I would have almost insta-killed myself.
Fucking
That's how much
Christ.
damage that just did.
How much damage was it?
21.
No, after the
Suppression?
suppress roll.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry. That's what you meant.
You got 16 damage.
He's dead.
God damn it!
Nadeem only had 15.
That's right. You thought you had a fucking puppet.
serious shit. I
I don't know what else to do.
oh, a comedy of errors. So no, you run Nadeem through, and this demon, using Nadeem's voice, cackles at you. It leaves him as the black smoke comes out of his mouth as you run him through.
This motherfucker.
And Nadeem
I'm a.
is hung on your spear like a fucking
oh,
like a
poor mice.
Does
Nadeem
get himself back at this point?
he gets himself back as the thing pops out his chest, like pops out
Right.
of his back.
So Nadeem gets. I'm just trying to make sure I have this theater of the mind's eye correct.
Yes.
He was possessed,
Yes.
not run through.
Yes, not yet.
Said thing leaves when he is basically at death's door.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
And Nadeem's final breath is going to be looking back at Zarok as himself again.
Essentially.
Okay.
With the searing pain of being hung on the end of a spear like a fucking flag.
Right. Which
You can come back to us on the camera if
Hey,
you
you're
really
not the
want.
possessed anymore.
Yay! God fucking damn it!
so there ain't no coming back because middle of battle, already dead. Gree ain't doing shit.
I can fix that.
No, you fucking can't.
So like, what's
No.
God? This is gonna fucking suck.
That's a new level of grievous wound right there.
Yeah, right?
All right. Come on now.
I'm proud of myself. All right, if I can,
No,
God
so-
damn it, man.
if I
So-
can be proud for a
what-
second.
Shut up. So like, Nadeem's gonna come back. Feel this fucking spear fucking impaling his ass. He's probably gonna grab a hold of the shaft just so it doesn't like slide down in that grotesque movie manner. And he's just gonna look at him, and you can't see the smile because of the mask and shit. But with that almost like slight chuckle in a voice. He's gonna say, I told you to fucking run.
I did that once, twice. Not doing it again.
Misa screams bloody murder. And the other obviously possessed Daniel's the fisherman, the possessed fisherman, they all are left and they just die. They collapse, they're exhausted. The demons evidently had possessed them and they expired. The living bodies, as you can, hunger and exhaustion later, they were simply using the bodies as vessels to be in this the realm of the fucking living. And so all of the other combatants die, the demons leave them, and the combat fucking ends. God damn it. The party can do whatever the fuck you want. I gotta figure some shit out.
I gotta start drinking.
Gree's first action would be to see all the enemies drop. He drops his saber and goes to embrace Misa and just like embrace her and bring her in. Like, don't look.
He's gonna try and fucking fight you. She wants to go run over to Nadim's corpse and like, because that was she was his unofficial ward. Congratulations, like the three of you were kind of like the big brothers, kind of like we're adopting this little girl, but he stepped up to be the a primary caregiver, and she was his ward, and now his lifeless clay is there in the sand again, like a spear pennon. And
right.
she's, oh my god, tears.
I'll let her go then and let her grieve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pending.
Fuck's sakes.
Wow.
Jesus, this just got grim. Okay.
Well, when in Arklinar, so
Shut up, Alex. God damn you. I know. What's the golden rule of this fucking group? Play your character.
I fucking did. That's why I'm here, right?
Terry, you're gonna get a drink if you haven't been drinking yet. You're gonna fucking need one.
Man,
I'm gonna make me a fucking cocktail right now.
I've caused alcoholism.
God damn it, man.
Oh no.
Oh, shit. Cheers, Sailor Jerry's.
Maya suggests taking a 5-minute break so we can gather
Terry
ourselves
muted.
again.
Please do. All right,
As-
we're gonna take a
As the
fiver.
embodiment of the void speaks.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I wanted to make sure I got one for
You
Nadine.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh god. Damn.
Cheers, brother.
All right, take a fiver.
I fucking can't believe that.
Oh, wow. My headphones are sweaty after that.
All right, I'm back. Oh shit.
Sword and sorcery, dude. Sword and sorcery.
Yep. Eldritch horror too. Yeah. Yep. God damn. Oh. Okay. Oh shit.
Did you pour yourself a stiff narrator drink?
I did. Yes. Sailor Jerry's.
Huh.
Nice cheap spiced rum.
I'm drinking Tin Cup because it's on sale at Andy's.
Hell yes. What is Tin Cup?
It is Denver whiskey.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I apparently I got my Conan themed horror RPG idea down. I'd say 2-player deaths, tragedy. Oh my god. It's one way to
But
do
an awesome storytelling. I mean, like, so he gets possessed and he tells us to run, you know. And he's like, wow. I mean,
it.
that's just
Oh.
awesome. That's just awesome storytelling. I mean,
Well done, Alex. We'll only hate you forever. Don't worry.
In the afterlife, Nadine will tell him, I said run away, not run towards.
I don't know what to tell you.
It's not
We-
retreat, it's advance in the other direction. And
we,
Zarok advanced towards the enemy.
I mean, what 100% in Zrock's defense, we did not want Nadim to be attacking us. I mean,
No.
That Nadim would have been a TPK. He absolutely fucking would have.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're welcome. I avoided a really awkward last session.
Yes.
I saved the campaign. You're welcome.
You really did. I mean, seriously, he would have passed us.
Yeah. Alex, that's bragging. Somebody knows how to fight.
You know, after a nice hard workout, you need to rehydrate with some water.
The one time he redeems himself in a fight.
Yeah, and it's to insta kill you.
Yowza.
Yikes, dog. Yikes.
Hey, man.
Love you,
You've
Alex,
been
but fuck
suck
you.
ass this whole campaign, and the night you decide to roll well, you fuck one of us,
I
bro.
don't roll a crit fail before I do that, all right?
Well,
Cause and
All
effect.
right.
Cause and effect.
All right. All right.
Sorry.
Hazing and goodly natured ribbing aside, Misa is inconsolable. By the time she gets to Nadine's lifeless clay, he is no longer in the realm of the living. He is kneeling before Aresh Kagal, trying to explain himself to her, why and how he got himself into this mess, and she sends him into the house of Ash, the afterlife that he deserves. Misa as I had previously, inconsolable. Her unofficial guardian, as she was his ward, is no longer with us, and so passes a worthy opponent. We doff our hats in salute. And Misa, too caught up in her emotions to point the chastising finger at Zarok. She's beyond beside herself. She is let the poor girl grieve. Combat ends. The players may, you guys proceed however the hell you wish. Clean up your mess. That's all I'll say as the narrator.
I will not stop her from grieving and weeping over the body, but I might like try to signal to Zarak and say, maybe put a spear in the others just to make sure they don't rise back up again. And I will just try to, I'm not going to force myself on her, but I will just try to be there for her as she's processing this and see how long it takes her to calm down.
Yes, you should be the one to calm her. I doubt she wants to
Exactly.
talk to me right now. But yes, it seems prudent. There's like a bit of a like a shock. It was what was necessary. 100% in Zarok's mind. Like, this had to happen. Maybe not like that, but to save her, to save Gree, Zarok felt that was the action to take. As we see, it seems to have worked. It doesn't mean Zarok likes how it went. There is just an unfortunate, there's a reluctant acceptance of what he did and how it had to play out. And now he'll just he has a glazed kind of look, and he'll just walk to each body, spear them through where the heart should be, just make sure they're dead as he processes.
All right. Gree, what are you planning to do?
Okay. So I don't know if this is appropriate, but I have persuasion. So I feel like I want to let her process this. And when I feel it's appropriate, I want to try to talk to her.
Okay. How do you tell me what you do, man? This is gonna be your caper. Very delicate situation.
Yes. So, and like I said, I'm not going to try to hurry this. I'm just going to wait until she, however long it takes, to calm herself down where she is ready to listen. And I will, with whatever time that takes, I will say, you saw what happened with those people that came out of the sand. And I don't know if you saw what happened as he was fighting those, but there was a transmission of an evil being that went from them to him. And Zorak and I both saw it. And he wasn't himself. He was gone at that point. And Zorak saved us. Can I roll persuasion now?
Go for it.
Ooh, that exploded again. Let's see. Level of 19, 19, 20, 22 plus 4. 26.
That's rather masterly of you. She's not gonna be done processing for quite some time. It's quite apparent.
And I'm gonna tell her this hurts us too. This deeply hurts us, and we are here for each other. And I'm basically going to show her that it hurts my heart too, and that I'm, feeling emotional about this as well. I cry,
Shit. Okay. Let's what do you want, girl? Let's tell us what you want. She looks up at you through the mask that she's wearing, and you have that empathic connection. Like you wish you could see her face. You can tell she's absolutely inconsolable. You can hear her sniffling, you hear her crying, and her tiny heart just breaks. And she can't say anything, can't bring herself to say anything. Her hoods come off, and her snakes are drooping. They're not hissing. But she it's tearing at you that this beautiful little girl is lost someone who's obviously very dear to her, and it more than likely will destroy you on the inside to see this girl in such a state. That being said, we are yeah, that we have the scene between Gree and Misa there, dealing and processing the emotions of Nadim's passing. We didn't know much about Nadim. He didn't really give us a whole lot of personal information about himself, but as a mercenary, we were obviously glad to have him in this party. But she is just, she's gone. She's her what tiny heart that she has, the alien species that she is, obviously she able to have emotions like this. It's very difficult for her to process. But that is Misa right there.
Well, I will give her as much time as she needs. And I will just make myself available to her. If she feels like coming over and holding hands or needing a hug, then I will just be on my knees so I'm at her level and just wait for her.
Zarak, what are you doing? I guess for the rest of this day.
Well, I'm gonna finish with my pincushion business, and I will take Nadim had many pieces of cloth, correct, that were not just like giant pieces.
How do you mean?
I need a piece of cloth big enough to scoop up and securely wrap and package away that dagger. That Fey iron, right? Dagger.
How would
He
you
had-
know that you shouldn't touch it?
Wasn't it from the mummy's crypt, right? Wasn't
Right.
that one of the
But Zarak doesn't
I-
have any sense of mysticism about him.
just doing as Nadim did and not touching it with my skin. So I mean, unless I would have no idea that caused it.
I don't believe you would.
Okay.
At this point, yeah.
In that case,
If
Maybe-
he's trying to like manipulate the body at all, I'll like ward him off, going, no, let's just wait. Let her figure this out before, especially you are touching him. Maybe just back off a little bit.
I need some excess cloth. Do I have enough cloth?
You should have plenty without having to disturb the corpse.
All right. I'll just take some cloth that I might have. And I'll just kind of wrap it mid hand, kind of to elbow. The tips of my fingers are exposed. I'm just kind of gonna like double, triple wrap around my arm. And the left forearm, and then I'll put the left forearm on Miza's shoulder and go. I'm not looking down at her. I'm looking off and up because I don't want to look in that direction just in case.
Mhm.
And I'll go, I'm sorry I had to do that. I wanted to make sure you were safe. I hope you can understand that. And my left hand is just on her shoulder.
She doesn't really seem to be paying attention to anybody at this moment in time. But if she hears you, she doesn't acknowledge you. She's mostly got her face buried in what would equate to Nadim's sleeve. Poor thing. But what else are you guys planning on doing?
I don't think there's too much else I can think of. This grieving process is important.
At this point, I think that we fall back maybe like 100, maybe 100 feet, and just set up camp. We secure the camels, we build a fire, and we just plan on resting for a bit. And make sure
need
that
to-
we make watches so no more creatures come up through the sand.
Do we need to
Oh.
burn these bodies or anything?
I don't think we have fuel for that.
Mhm.
I think you guys do. I was very fast and loose about your guys' supplies for this adventure. So you guys wanted an oil lamp. You could light the corpses on fire if you wanted.
Certainly make for less threatening husks if they were charred and burned. Maybe they have some sort of cremation ritual in their cultures. I'm not super familiar with other cultures. I just my people tend to just pillage and burn.
And we bury. um, let's fall back and focus on setting up camp. Maybe once we get a fire started, I can see if I can get a if we can get a conference with Tanzama and find out what his reflections are of what happened, and if he's got any advice.
Okay. You can spend essentially what's the rest of that day and that evening preparing camp and resting. When you set up what it normally equates to Tanzama's small fire, he will manifest his presence there through the flames. And he says, this is too somber for us. We had a merry group, and we are now -1. And the you don't, obviously you don't really see his apparition, but you can feel the arms being crossed over his chest, like mentally, psychically, almost in contemplative disappointment at that last comment.
Tanzama, I I don't find fault in what happened. It was very unfortunate, but I feel like Zarok did what he needed to protect us. I don't have any experience with demonic possession, but I saw what I saw.
I do not fault the human either. However, this is going to be difficult. -1. We're going into battle. And strong allies are a hard sought after commodity.
I agree. It wasn't -1, it was minus a dozen.
The two of you will have to pick up the slack that Nadim leaves behind. This is the way of things, especially on the march.
The young one, she needs to process this. We might be here for a little bit. I feel like we were just grasping a plan and we were just moving forward.
We had something. This is a large setback for us. Don't let her grieve forever. We don't have the supplies to stay and let her cry and carry on forever.
Yes.
Burn him, put him in the sand, let her grieve, and let's be off.
Agreed.
She has my sympathies. I am not being cold. However, do you want those things to come for him again and possibly have Nadim turn into those undead things that we found in the desert some time ago? I tell you that the young one will not appreciate that in the slightest.
I'm going to signal for Zorak to come over, like separate from Misa.
At
Maybe we
by the time you guys have set up camp and got the camels settled in and set up a fire, I'm going to guess that you guys probably took the spear out of Nadim and probably made his body presentable in a way, just like left him in a way, probably moved him. I don't know what you guys did.
Yeah,
But-
the spear was not in him for more than 10 seconds, 20
But
seconds.
Misa
even after.
is no longer trying to like console herself with his corpse. She is staring into the flames of the primary and bonfire in the encampment, and she hasn't eaten anything today. She's just staring into the flames. She's not wearing a mask either. So she's just staring into the flames, not like completely detached. She's more than likely she's going to be going through her stages of grief very quickly or for quite some time. But I'm sorry. Terry, continue, please.
I'm gonna pull Zorak over out of earshot and say, okay, so we've got to be a little careful with her not wearing the mask. So I think we should keep an eye on her and see when she falls asleep. And Tanzama did suggest that we burn bodies. So I don't know if you feel like stacking those like cordwood and doing that, but maybe we should wait until she falls asleep.
No, she
We
seems
also-
in her own world. Maybe Nadim's body. We can wait and give her one last goodbye, but the rest of these, I think I should take care of now.
That's acceptable. I think they were a threat, and so we're still doing them respect by, taking care of that. Between the two of us, at some point, we're gonna have to go through Nadim's personal effects because there's no sense in leaving anything behind that could help us. I mean, I think he had some type of armor on under his robes.
Of course, we're not going to be wasteful.
We just have to be respectful.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So if I can be, I'll be there with her if she needs somebody. I have to be very careful without her mask on. But if you want to start gathering up the other dozen, we can start taking care of that now.
Yeah. Yep. That'll be Xerox. evening activity, moving, stacking bodies, getting ready for the the burning, the cremation, as cremated as we can make it.
Uh, uh, Gree, I'm assuming you go sit down next to her.
Yeah, I will
Okay.
keep feeding the fire so it doesn't go out. But I'm being very conscious of being off to the side or behind her if she wants to keep her mask off for a little bit.
Okay. Misa says to you without looking up at you, what are we going to do tomorrow?
What we're going to do is we're going to get the people that did this. And when I say get them, we might need to ask you to get them. But in the meantime, we need you to put your mask back on and be again part of our party. You are with us.
There's a very, very long, ominous pause. When she finally speaks up, she says, all right. Just like detached acceptance. And then she puts her mask back on and she goes over to basically where Gree's bedroll is, and he gets her blanket and her doll and the rugs that you guys have been sleeping on, and she puts herself to bed. Is emotionally distraught, broken-hearted little girl is exhausted from her day, exhausted from processing her emotions, and her and her snakes are asleep in seconds, and there she will stay until dawn the next day.
Okay. And I will do my best to tuck her in and kind of sit protectively by her, but I'll be signaling Zorak and going, okay, now's your chance.
As Gree is sitting there going, I wish a motherfucker would right now. Oh, yeah, right now. Actually, we don't wish that at all, because that's the last thing we fucking need. Zorak, take it away, man.
Well, I guess I'm still just taking care of the bodies, right?
Yeah,
Or we
unless you're doing something else, that's what you planned on doing.
yeah, I'm going to organize the bodies, either stack or yeah, probably stack them in the most efficient way where we won't have to use depending on how much of the lamp oil we'll have to use, soak some pieces of cloth from the unfortunate souls here and there. Probably go ahead and light the bodies. Well, maybe we should I wait until tomorrow morning to light them up?
Just
I
do what
feel
your
like that
character
is
would do.
Zarok would probably not create a giant beacon at night. A massive body beacon. He'll probably wait until dawn to light them up. He's got them ready. But yeah, I think it would be prudent to wait until daytime to light them up. That way, there's not a giant. I mean, there's probably gonna be a smoke beacon, but at least there's not a giant light beacon then in the sky.
That's fine.
Showing where they're at currently.
Well, while she's unconscious, do you want to see if Nadim had anything on his person that we would need?
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
we can just like not talk about that when she is awake.
Yeah. I will respectfully loot the corpse.
All right. I'll just say that you guys add his personal effects to the baggage train, and the night passes then. After dawn, you guys will obviously light the bodies. You'll burn Nadim's corpse, and with new, more than likely, righteous fervor, now you guys set out. When the sun comes out, you guys are being warmed by the gaze of Zabraxian. The desert feels differently. The sun comes out, and you can breathe a breath of fresh air. You didn't realize initially that there was an oppressive pall on the desert, and the tracks are less numerous, and there's more signs of life here in the desert. You guys get back on the road, as it were, and you quickly find a what looks to be a rocky portion of desert where it's almost like an island of stone out in the middle of literally nowhere, in this sea of sand. And there's a stark contrast from the desert wind that you didn't realize that you seemingly were holding your breath the night before, and after the horror of yesterday. That oppressive curtain is gone. Misa is uncharacteristically quiet, horrifically so. And she actually clings rather close to Gree in the saddle. And when you look upon this island of stone, that oppression comes back, and you notice that you're now seemingly holding your breath, and it's hard to breathe. The darkness creeps in here as your eyes look upon this stone. How do you wish to proceed?
I want to find a way to reach out to Tanzama and say, is this just me, or are we feeling a vibration here.
No, I feel it too. There is no small amount of darkness here. Have your wits about you. This is where it's coming from. At least this is a portion of where it's coming from. There's no small amount of devilment here. Be careful.
And I relay that to Zarak.
He also, Tanzama continues saying, we're not being observed yet, but we have traveled with care.
Is this large enough that it'll take some time to pass through? Or is it just like a simple obstacle?
Who are you asking with that?
You. I mean, as far as this stone area.
It'll take you a couple days to go around it, but it seems more than likely there's a strange gravity pulling you towards this now. From whatever sixth sense that every being has, every sentient being has, this is where you're supposed to be going, and you don't like it, but that's what the feeling brings to you.
Okay.
That's how those emotions manifest. Is Rock gonna say anything in this scene or no?
Oh, it's this feeling is it's hard to deal with. This heavy feeling. This is how we know this is where we're going, right? We'll have to steel ourselves for this.
So do you continue?
Yeah, I think this is where we need to be.
Would you mind taking the lead on this, and I just will follow with her?
Yeah. Yeah, Zarak will take lead cautiously.
Do you know how to use a bow?
Not yet. Was planning on practicing.
Because we have his bow, but I don't know how to use it either.
I even bought some horse bows for me and him to use on from the back of the mounts, but I had hoped he would teach me to find a new teacher, or maybe just practice now.
All right. Why don't you move on ahead? We'll be behind you. Let's see what this brings.
Yeah, head in a swivel, eyes peeled.
Okay. It takes you a few hours to move from your sand dune overlook down into the stones, and there seems to be an echoing of disembodied conversation and the clinking of it seems workmen's tools and such like echoing through the stones. You're actually moving into a zone that would be considered a darkness zone. So, you guys will actually, without save, gain 2 points of temporary corruption. As it seems colder here. Not enough to manifest in your physical form, like blackened fingernails or blackened fingertips and inky tears and such like, but there is a sickening presence of oblivion here. There's multiple places where you can hide the camels and approach on foot, but you feel that if there are beings buried here, it seems as if the corpses are pressed up against the walls of their tombs in your direction as you pass, seemingly to be attracted to the warm living flesh. There, despite being in the middle of the desert, there is a dark, low-hanging fog here. There's plenty of moisture here as well. If this was not a devil-haunted catacomb of evil, this actually would more than likely be a very beautiful rocky oasis here. But it is not inviting. It is repellent, but the gravity pulls you closer in. And the feeling of being watched and grasped at by unseen hands finds you. How do you wish to proceed?
Do we actually hear signs of life, or
Beyond the sounds of workmen's tools and the disembodied voices, and you can't really make out what is actually being said? Not really, no.
Zorak, do we want to secure the camels and go in on foot for a little bit?
Yeah, if we're going in on foot, yeah, we want to secure them somewhere.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be really easy for you to hide the camels in
Yeah,
like a crevice of some kind.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Misa gets off the camel that she's been riding on with Gree, and she just takes your hand and stands next to you. It is tearing at you that she essentially has her blanket over her shoulder, your hand in hers, and in the other hand she has her fucking doll. This is not a place for a little girl, but she's not leaving your side. Plain as
Right.
she's not said a word to you all morning long and all afternoon. But this is maybe Gree gets in probably the first time in his young life gets paternal.
So I'm gonna get down on my knees and just look at her straight face to mask and say, we are getting a really bad feeling from this place. So we're getting off the camels here so that we can go forward on foot and see what's going on. We're going to keep you safe, but if we have to get them, then we're going to get them.
She just cuts you off there and says, I want to come with.
You'll always be with us.
And she gives you a hug that she does not let go initially. She's clinging.
All right. And I hug back. So all right. Let's try to sneak forward. Zorak, you wanna
Misa, being the sneaky little thing that she is, has actually policed one of the many daggers that you guys have in the baggage. She doesn't really have much on her belt, and it's a tad bit big for her when she finds one of the smallest ones that she can actually hold, but she like she's been seeing the lot of you for the past couple months. She puts a dagger on her belt, and the little honey is now dressed for war. She leaves her blanket and her doll though. And she puts her hood up. It's absolutely not a place for a little girl, but she kind of does not have a choice. And she's doing the best that her 9-year-old heart can manage right now. The floor is yours, gentlemen.
Zorak, would you like to lead us forward?
Yeah. How you said we're going into a structure? Is it tight quarters or anything? Or is it a pretty large area?
It's enclosed, but you guys can move through the rocks easily enough.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, I've got the shield ready, with the spear at hand, obviously. Um, we're still just hearing the workers, the work happening somewhere around us.
Somewhere within, yes. It's not a cave. If you look
Right.
up, it's open to the sky, but it's really heavy overcast there. So like stone cutting or woodworking being done, disembodied spiritual voices coming. This is echoing down like this small hallway uh that you're traversing down, but no, it's coming towards you, yes.
Okay. Does this I'm just thinking about Sirach is thinking about what this structure looks like. Never mind. I guess we'll just keep pressing forward. I don't know what else to do other than just keep myself aware of what's going on around me.
Head on a fucking swivel, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Other than muttering prayers to gods that might assist us here, I don't.
right, yeah. This is the scene in The Mummy where Benny goes through the different holy symbols and calls down the fucking protection of multiple gods. Oh, this one speaks the language of the slaves. Oh shit. Not quite that bad. Anyway, sorry, pulpy humor. Anyway, yeah,
Yeah.
you guys can continue down this hallway, and it it kind of like opens up into like this like ovular shape, a pit of worked stone. They're like half digging down into the earth, and there's several dozen, like 70 some people, just like sub 100, several dozen slaves here. Uh, roughly about 75 bodies total, and maybe maybe like 20 of those are in like the black or the dark brown leather armor, and the scarlet sashes of these cultists as they've been described to you. There is one man that is in a scarlet black and red robe with his head shaved, and Green knows him immediately from afar as a Yathite, and he used to be an instructor at the college.
Whoa.
The one that disappeared 6 months ago, suspiciously, like a few days before your instructor actually had been murdered. And we're like, oh, we don't know where he went. And no, he actually had quite a following. And he spoke on topics regarding sorcery, regarding a different kind of medicine than your instructor, as well as the things of the esoteric. But you remember him as actually as a high priest of Ibis. He was actually like one of the head librarians at this large library / university, this center of learning. And you see him in this crowd. It's kind of like this half. It's a tent, but like the one of the flaps is actually open to make like a small office, and he's in there speaking to another man in what looks to be like, you know, like that same colored black or dark brown leather armor with his head shaved as well, save for like a scalp lock that hangs off the back. There's also a Yathite. And when Nadim had described briefly an individual that he was after named Anku, and this guy actually matches the fucking description. The one in the armor matches the description of allegedly the one that Nadim had been after. So these guys actually have their heads shaved. If their Anku has the scalp lock. Everyone else, though, the guards seem, if their heads are exposed and not in turbans, it seems like they have full heads of hair. And the slaves are wearing loincloths or their rags that they were probably purchased in, but they're cutting stone, and this is obviously where all the activity is coming from. They're cutting stone into these large henge-like slabs out of like this dark stone, moss on it and such like, and through the work of cranes and the and other pretty ancient forms of construction. They're moving these slabs of stone, now these hinges, down onto logs, and they're actually rolling them out, as well as using large trumpet-like apparatuses to create this low din, this low hum is being blown from these large trumpets that seems to levitate the stone in a way, or slow the stone's fall in a way, so they were getting moved onto these rollers to be carried off by, you now see the rest of this operation. There are 8 elephants that are being handled, and they're being moved off. So this is in fact the haunted quarry that they're cutting these stones at, that you've been all hearing all of these rumors. And Miza, you guys are all crouched behind this fucking ledge. You guys aren't exposed. I'm not gonna do that to you. And Miza is next to you, and she gasps, and she just starts. She like kind of like huddles and into Grease like the folds of his clothes and uh his arm there, and she's like, "Don't let her eat my eyes. Don't let her eat my eyes. Don't let her eat my eyes." And you see this like up by these horns, these trumpets, these gigantic fucking trumpets that come down the slope that seem like having whatever influence on the stones being slowed or whatever, is this decrepit, hideous hag who's essentially fucking naked except for a soiled and hideously filthy loincloth. Her skin is tanned, almost like tanned elephant hide, wrinkly. The folds of skin are warty and hang off of her like pennons. Her breasts are essentially like dried up fucking avocados that hang off of her chest. She's absolutely fucking vile in every goddamn way. From this advantage point, you can see that there's a cap to both of her fucking eyes. Her hair is, you would think, is in some poor attempt at wearing her hair up, what's left of her hair, up in a way that would possibly be to keep her hair off of her shoulders for like warmth. Actually trying to have her hair up. You know, fucking it's ratty, horrible, stringy disgustingness. As when the sun fucking hits her, she's like half desiccated as well. There is some horrid eldritch abomination there that Misa is now paralyzed with terror, shaking like a leaf. This is the situation that you guys find yourselves in. The floor is yours. Nadim, why the fuck did you have to die?
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Well, I think the first thing we need to do is like back off so that there's no way that anybody could spot us. So if we can retreat down or back a bit.
Out of eyesight, easily. If there are, in this quarry, if there are 5 tiers going all the way to the bottom, which is this big sandy fucking slope that the elephants are moving stone in and out of, there are 5 tiers. You guys are on the highest. The highest that they currently are is the 4th tier, which is easily, with a bow shot, 40 feet above the nearest soul. And the cult leaders would be on the 3rd tier, on the opposite end of this ovular quarry. The closest entities to you guys would be like directly down on the 3rd tier. The next closest would be up on the slope where the trumpets are being blown and where the witch is. Does that paint a good enough picture for you guys, theater of the mind what style?
Yeah, a bit of an image.
Okay.
Yeah, let's back up a couple paces from the lip of this. Well, after a look, what do you think is our priority target here?
I would say we almost should wait till nightfall and try to take out the hag and the trumpets first. because obviously there is some power with the hag, and that's not somebody we want to keep alive for very long. I'm going to turn to Misa and say, can you take care of her?
She is shaking like a leaf. She
Uh,
like shaking like a leaf, and like 3 drops of pee came out. Fucking terrified. Maybe if you have faith in her, she absolutely can get her. May take her mask off and sweep her gaze across this whole thing and kill everyone in moments. However, this is a 9-year-old girl we're talking to.
Right.
That's what we're talking. This is the situation. She answers your question going, I think so.
I think our Misa here might have a confidence boost if we can take out the hag, and then there's no danger to her.
Well,
Well, at least, the eye devouring danger.
and I turn to Misa. If she still has your mask, your first mask, that's something as well.
He actually perks up at that and says, if she has my mask, I'm gonna kill her. It's probably the most mature thing that you've ever heard out of her tiny mouth, and it's horrifying. At a girl. You go get her.
How did we have those? How much white phosphorus did we get, and how did we have those stored?
In an empty wine skin, and maybe has like 2 to 3 grams of it.
Empty wineskin, 2 to 3 grams. I have to reacquaint myself with how we could use this.
So talk to me. What are you thinking?
I mean, how is it used again, in terms of like how we could utilize this? I mean, the elephants seem to be an integral part of moving the stone. If they don't have the elephants, they don't have a reliable, strong way to move the stone out, right? It seems like construction might be halted or severely slowed if these elephants are harmed or dead. Do I get that vibe?
Yes. Are you
Okay.
And
planning
same
on
with same with the
taking it down?
trumpets.
Maybe.
Sorry, same with the what, Terry?
The trumpets. They're the blowing the trumpets that somehow like slow the speed of the rocks as they're loading.
Oh, right.
And I think
Yeah.
that's what the hag was kind of protecting. I got the feeling of is the trumpets.
Yeah. So basically what I'm getting at is there a way we utilize this white phosphorus to make a boom, to make one of these problems go away or severely injure them?
Wait,
Okay.
Alex, what are you asking, Alex?
I'm not
I think
100% familiar with how white phosphorus is used, so
Never mind that. You don't have enough to actually burn anyone up with it
okay.
or to set a trap with it.
Okay.
That was kind of part of the thought process if we had enough.
Yeah.
Shit.
But what
So
we do have is enough white phosphorus if it were dark, that if we lit it somewhere, it would be seen, right?
You could make a distraction out of it, yes. A very loud, very violent distraction. Is that
So that's
what
an
you're-
option. Yeah.
Okay.
what if we try and set this distraction off near the elephants? Or roll it down to the elephants? I feel like if they started panicking, that would cause quite a ruckus.
You could panic the elephants with white phosphorus. That would be very easy to do, but you'd have to get to them
If we
in
did it
their midst.
at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning,
I don't sneak. Can you accomplish this?
Bree is technically a thief.
I do have a level 6 in stealth.
Well, shit.
Oh my god, I guess that's what you're doing then, Grey.
Thought Nadim was our only sneaky boy. I was wrong.
No.
Yeah, I picked up some skills on my own. Okay. So what if we fell back to a safe space, wait for it to get dark, and how does the white phosphorus work? Does someone light it? And
that's what I was trying to look up. I'm actually not sure like how we would utilize it.
Well, Zarak wouldn't know how to use it. He doesn't have that
Right.
kind of chemical knowledge. Gree would be able to make a an academics test there.
so may I?
You may. Actually, I would prefer that you did.
Please do.
You're right.
14.
Yeah. You know that don't get it on you because it burns like shit. And burns very brightly. It's very very combustible, and I believe it's actually toxic as well.
So if I were standing above the elephants, if we're just kind of planning this out, if I were to light it, would I like kick it down to them?
What is Gree wearing for shoes?
Sandals, I imagine.
Yeah, I would not. Oh, I would not recommend doing it with open-toed sandals.
Okay.
Uh,
If I had some type of let's see, what did Nadim have? Oh, I've got a cudgel. So if I were to light it and then flick it down with a cudgel,
if you fashioned a fuse because it's in a wineskin, a dried up wineskin. If you fashioned a fuse and lit it and threw it down there, you could technically make a jerry-rigged white phosphorus grenade. Threw it down there, that would really fuck some people up in its immediate vicinity. It'd at least make quite a bit of noise. And yeah, that would probably be the safest.
Yeah, I have 15 feet of twine. We could make a fuse out of that, probably.
Okay.
Put a little oil on it, make sure it catches.
And where is this tent in comparison to everything else?
Like the officer's
The
office. Yeah,
command tent, we'll call it.
the command tent. It is almost opposite you. So if you're in the highest tier, you would have to looking down into this ovular quarry. You have to walk to your right all the way around, and you'll find yourself staying on that top tier. You'll find yourself at the top of that sandy ramp where the elephants are pulling shit out. You'd have to go out, which is like a third of the way around the oval opposite you. You'd have to walk down into the quarry. I believe I said down to their third tier, and then walk along that third tier to where there's a cleft almost directly opposite. So if it's like it was like 180 degrees there, maybe it's like 160, so it's off to the side coming around.
Okay. Is there anything above the command tent as far as cover and concealment?
There are shrubs there. There's plenty of gray. It would be green if this place wasn't haunted and evil. There would be shrubs that you could hide in. Like desiccated palms there. The influence of this place is kind of like half decrepit or desiccated the plant life that would be here, kind of giving it almost an unlife gray pallor to it.
Okay. So what if we fall back? We wait for dark. We wait for the small hours of the night. And if I'm going to do this, I might as well hit the command tent and see if I can take out a couple people at once.
I mean,
In the and rewind that. In the meantime, if we can have one of us maybe watch and see where she goes once they shut down for the night, or everybody takes a break for whatever, assuming they stop for the night, and see where she goes. If she goes into the tent, all the better. But we really need to note where she sleeps or rests for the night.
Okay. So is that the plan of the party? It's a
They're
very
out. What do you
delicate
think?
op.
so you were gonna sneak down to the command tent with the white phosphorus?
Above. Okay, so let's back up and talk this through.
Because I thought we were using
Um,
that for a distraction near the elephants.
So if we waited, somebody watch and see where the hag goes for the night when they shut down for the night. Okay. However, that command tent, instead of the elephants, that command tent might be our target of opportunity. If I can sneak around and get above the command tent and drop the white phosphorus into the command tent.
Is it powerful enough to take them out?
It should be powerful enough to take out a tent, and it might still affect the elephants and cause enough of a distraction. I'm kind of making that up, narrator. What do you think?
All right, I got that. Okay.
What do you plan on doing if it doesn't take out everyone in the tent?
Run away as fast as I can.
around the entire structure.
No.
And where will I wait for you? Where will we wait for you? Or what is the plan for myself and Miza as you're doing that?
I guess if you could be somewhere where you could watch to see what was going on. I mean, it's literally going to be hundreds against 3.
I like your thought of the observation for the hag. Maybe once we see what happens at nightfall, or when the work subsides, maybe then we finalize the plan.
Agreed. Okay.
There's no use making a plan on where the pieces might move until they move.
I mean, because we always have the last plan is Miza taking them out, taking everybody out.
Yes, but I would rather not put her in harm's way if we don't have to.
Agreed. But if that was the last plan, I would fall back to you guys and all right. So at this point, there's no firm plans. What we'll do is we'll just be camouflaged and observe during the daytime. How's that?
Yeah, we need to observe a little bit more, just like patterns, movement patterns, where the key players are, where they're going.
Okay. Agreed.
Daytime is definitely not the time to make our move. If we want to incorporate any bit of stealth, unless we can get you a disguise, but I don't really have. I don't know if that would go very well.
No, I would say that we camouflage and the 3 of us just observe at this point. And then we reconvene after it gets dark, after the sun goes down.
Are we splitting up to observe, or are we just using our high ground spot to just like observe the entire area?
I would say at this point we stay together and we observe from our high point.
Yeah. Okay. Clapping eyes on the hag. The way that I see this, the way that Zrock's kind of viewing this is, once the distraction at the tent, if we're gonna go with distraction at the tent with the white phosphorus, once that happens, if the hag is not there, wherever the hag is, maybe that's when Zrock could jump out, get a good stick, and kill her in one fell swoop. While there is big distraction over on the opposite side from Gree.
I would agree. I think Misa would agree that the hag is a high priority target.
Yeah, if that's how that plays out. If the hag goes to the tent, then maybe hopefully the white phosphorus will take care of her. But in the event that she's not, that is what Zrock has in mind, unless there's any significant developments on the observation that we do during the day.
Okay. So, narrator.
Yes.
We
Excellent
creep
tactical meeting there, by the way.
We creep up, and the 3 of us are going to watch the observation quietly for the rest of the daylight hours and see if we can watch patterns, movements, and where the priority targets seem to be setting up where they set up camp. The priority targets being the hag, the guy with the bun, and then the old academics teacher.
Okay. Awesome. So, you will spend all day observing. I like how tactical you guys have been about this. This is fantastic. Now,
Sorry, not to interrupt, but before we get to it, to add to a layer of tacticalness, how far away, like through this structure, do we leave the camels? Because it would behoove us to check on those at least a few times to make sure that we aren't discovered through the camels, or that they're not like set loose by someone and then we're had.
right, you would
Uh,
absolutely no way of escaping
Yeah,
successfully.
so
Would you like to go and a couple times during the day check on your route of escape?
At least-
yeah. How
at
long
least
did it
one
take
of
to
us.
get from how long did it take to get from camel hiding spot to observation point?
With stealth like you did when you infiltrated, about an hour.
Oh boy. Okay. Then
And
I
that
think
was
Zorak.
navigating through the rocks.
I think Zorak then would probably do like an hour of observation with Gree, and then he would make that trip, navigate, um, check on the camels, get any like food or water supplies that we might need for our observation for our stakeout.
Okay.
Spend a couple minutes with the camels, making sure everything is good, making sure nothing's been tampered with, etc. And then make that hour trek back, spend an hour trek. So
When you go and then return, the camels are well. They have their food, they have their water that they can have. They are they're kind of in a little crevice themselves, and a couple of them are, I believe you purchased a couple war camels, so they are trained well enough to the point like they know where the fucking food is, so they're not just gonna walk off.
yeah,
Uh,
3 war camels and 2 pack camels.
so like yeah, no, in the realm of the animal kingdom, the two that are not necessarily trained for combat kind of take cues, instinctual cues from the war camels, and all 5 of them just kind of like sit there in that narrow crevice. Like, it was a squeeze to get them in there, but there is enough room in there for them to move around, lay down, and then stand and stretch and such like. But
Sorry, I have it marked as 5 war camels. It's just 2 of them were like as pack camels, but they're
well,
all
then
war camel They're all war camel capable. 2 of them just had lighter sets of armor, so that they had leather instead of our actual armor, so that they could be pack camels.
okay, well then never mind what I just said, so they all just stay put. And then we go to the slave known as Amon. Would you describe your character for us, please?
All right, cool. All right, so Amon is a Yathite. Stands probably about 5'6", 5'7", probably one of the more mid-sized, the taller of the bunch. He looks gangly as all fuck because he's been here for a while, and I guess while they take care of them, it's not the most glamorous lifestyle.
Mhm.
He is actually normally bald, though with the conditions they're in now, he doesn't always have access to actually keeping that upkeep, because they probably don't want us having blades, because that's not good in the hands of a slave to have a blade. So he is getting somewhere like that scruff back in. His beard though he keeps nice and long. It is tied up though, if not in braids. He has normally pretty, not like dark, but it's like if bronze was to get a tan, which sounds kind of weird when you say it out loud. Currently, he's probably clothed in nothing but essentially a loincloth and whatever they do to keep the sun off of him. And yeah, he's in a state. He's been here for a couple of cycles, not chains, cycles. So he is pretty. It's basically the whole. Well, I'm probably gonna be here till I die. And if I ever get half a chance, I'm gonna wring every single one of these goddamn motherfuckers' necks. But at the moment, does his job, tries not to get beat, and just tries to survive.
They have you working like a dog all day. Uh, the uh, the weather might be heavily overcast here, but that hardly makes things bearable. You do know that some of the slaves here are actually possessed. Not all of them. The ones that are work tirelessly until the soul within the body dies and is forced out, leaving the fleshy vessel that the demons are in fact using. The guy that has been sharing the cleft with you for the past 6 months actually died yesterday. And the demon that was inhabiting him took over. And it would seem that these taskmasters are they've conjured up these evil spirits, but it's almost as if the evil spirits themselves are not being treated well, if that makes any logical sense. It's not like they've been forced into servitude, which makes some of your, dare I say, some of your coworkers significantly more vicious. The late Yathite that worked next to you, now simply known as the Demon Kroggle, was once an incubus that haunted a brothel in a forgotten a village on the coast. Currently is complaining that he'd been summoned into a wretched like he almost says a seamstress. There's no women here. A poor pauper, this tailor who you worked thread when he used to prey upon beautiful women and, dare he says, beautiful men. And this entity like coughs and like hawks this disgusting loogie of ink and ichor out onto the stone, and then guys are like cutting this stone. There's this slab of this slab of stone that's like 30 feet high, and you guys sometime later that afternoon are actually pounding the enormous nails into the stone to make this crack that goes from the top all the way to the bottom. And he's with you, and Yeah, no, the tailor, the poor tailor that had been knocked over the head in a raid, a Talishite raid, and then sold into slavery for a handful of copper coins, was purchased in slave market after slave market, and then found himself in Tithiolis, who was purchased by Anku and one of his Terry, I almost said an intelligence officer. Excuse me. Essentially the same fucking thing. And then was drug out here. But now the incubus known as Krogel is now inhabiting that body. Amon, you are free to role play in that scene. Take it away, brother. You're muted.
That's fine because he was speechless for a couple seconds.
Yeah, right.
Being okay. Fresh meat comes in, they don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yep.
We got sold to slavery. We're working on some rocks. What the fuck ever.
Yep.
After you're here for a little bit, you start to see the horrors. There's one reason he fucking keeps his head down. He went through that first probably like month of getting beat, being starved, probably watch another cleft mate get fucking possessed and what the fuck ever. So you learn to keep your fucking mouth shut, do your fucking job. So like when his newest cleft mate shows up and starts bitching up a storm, Amon is the type to just be like, that sucks. I don't want to say anything to piss off this guy because I don't want him to fucking kill me and take me over. It's very much just that, yeah, he just kind of keeps his head down and keeps his ears open. It doesn't really matter as much now, but he is pretty versed in Streetwise, which I assume part of Streetwise is keep your mouth shut and keep your ears open. So he probably hears a lot of shit, but he doesn't say a lot of shit. If
he goes on a diatribe of things I can't say on YouTube, but disgustingly explicit things about sexual violence and brothels and being a demon who inhabits one. Continue, please.
Right. Is there okay, I'm assuming quite literally everything is spooned out via their captors.
In what way spooned out? What's being spooned out?
Like, okay, to back up a second. Amon is a follower of the silent monolith.
Right.
Without anything to cultivate, it makes him wither.
I suppose, yes.
In a way. He doesn't have anything to give life to.
Right.
To like celebrate that part of his life.
He is gardening, but he has no access to a garden. Yeah, right.
Right. I am assuming that he doesn't have anything in like his holding cell, wherever he sleeps at, that he could use to grow anything. Like he doesn't have like a single flower or something.
Fuck no.
Okay.
No, the atmosphere here is so horribly oppressive. You have discovered that there is something about those enormous trumpets,
right,
that blocks your powers.
Okay.
You cannot use magic in presence of those trumpets.
Right.
There is something there. You don't know what it is, but if he is devout, if he is devout, or if he is a priest, he can't. His god is very far away.
No.
But if he was just a mystic, he
he's-
cannot use his powers.
Yeah. He's mystic, but basically gives it's not fervent worship, but he worships the silent monolith, but he's a mystic of the sands.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually worships silent monolith and Zabraxon.
So he's a sun worshiper then.
Yeah.
So the sand spirit that you have access to, the the spirit companion that you have, fled cycles ago.
Right.
You were brought here, and that sand spirit is gone.
Right.
No, heartbreakingly so. You had no idea where that spirit companion went. If he or she could infiltrate this place, something is blocking it from you.
Okay. So, in light of that,
Right.
and to give himself some standard of sanity in this place because it drives fucking nuts.
Yep.
And also because I would assume in some way it would keep him in his slaver's light. When they have the new meat show up, he's kind of like the one to console is the wrong word, but to I guess almost like put him at ease.
Okay.
Like you're not going to immediately fucking die when you walk in here. Just don't fuck up.
There are monsters here, just be
Right.
aware.
Basically, he saw that like almost like a form of cultivation.
It's cultivating the spirit, essentially.
Yes. Yes. He does that.
Okay. Well, there's plenty of new meat that arrived recently.
Yeah, right? I know. I heard the rumors. 300 more? Why? What?
They are currently being broken on the Wheel of Pain.
And like he would make a joke to the demon beside him, but he's not going to. He's just going to let that one go. And yeah, he will. He basically just goes at it with his pick and breaks rocks into little rocks, and then more rocks into little rocks.
Right. Now, Krogel, his last comment, he says, "There's no women here, except for that dried up old husk of a thing that's not a woman. I don't care if it was once a woman. It's not a woman now." Clank, clank, clank.
Yeah, women can't work, and they want workers.
Women can work. Women work on their backs with their legs in the air.
And if they brought a woman here, they would keep her to themselves.
The demon pauses at that. Those greedy sons of bitches. Those sons of plague-infested lice. He goes back to working. The day passes for the party fucking horrifically. Terry, it probably tears at Gree's young heart. And these lost souls, these possessed corpses. Well, to hell with the demons. They're fucking evil. They're being forced to do this for an evil purpose. And when the lights are lit close to evening, they go around, they put torches out, basically a bunch of tikis, and this whole thing is very well lit up. They pull two more of these megalithic hinges down out of the stone, and the elephants take them away to somewhere. The hag actually leaves the vicinity of the trumpets, and she goes back into the rocks, which is fucking terrifying. I have no idea where the hell she goes. But the command tent is emptied. The one you assume is Anku with the scalp lock. He goes. He leaves the quarry. He leaves the command tent. Leaves the quarry entirely, and he goes back into where those shrubs were. Like there, you assume that there's got to be like the rest of the encampment back there. Got to be. And the hag like walks off into the rocks somewhere, and the one who was once an arch librarian is near. He finds a post that evening near to the large trumpets. They've put out all of these tikis. The place is very well lit up. A portion of the workers, those that seem a little bit more lively, leave, go off in the similarly are led off in the direction of like this greenery by Anko. He takes like 30, 45 people off there. And Amon, for your portion of this scene, like a gong is rung, and you guys, dare I say, the unpossessed, are carted off to your holding cells. And those who are not of this mortal realm replace you, and they work throughout the night. Misa is essentially clinging to Gree's leg, and she's absolutely terrified of the situation. But she's holding, bless her, she's holding it together best she can as a little girl. How do you wish to proceed, Terry?
Okay. So Zarak and I motioned for him to fall back so that we're not, being chance of being seen. So we fall back to a dune. And so Zarak, with the coming of the dark, it looks like the command tent is empty, which to me doesn't seem like a viable target. However, we still have one of our targets who are down by those trumpets. So if I could still sneak by and drop the phosphorus down amongst that target and those trumpets, at least that's going to cause some pain.
Yeah, that does seem like the most viable target we have now.
At least with those torches, they do light things up, but they do actually help build shadows. So that might, if I use those in the right way, that actually might be to my benefit. Avoiding the light and sticking to the dark shadows.
I agree. Shadow is born of light, so yes. Use that. Use the space that you have in between.
And of course, we have Misa as our backup plan. Misa, are you still in this?
He says in the tiniest of voices, I'm ready.
All right. So do we want to give them another hour or so to settle down and then we kick this off?
I think so. The ones that have just gone to, I assume, to bed recently, the commanders and whatnot, let them have their nighttime rituals, get settled down, and drift off, maybe. Or maybe they go back to the camp and drink, and maybe there'll be two in their cups to respond efficiently.
Okay. So, narrator, I would
Yes.
say that if we're going to try to do this tonight, we wait at least a minimum of an hour, maybe closer to 2, and then we'll execute this.
I'm ready when you guys are.
So during that waiting time, between Zarak and I, we'll use some of that twine to make a fuse and apply it to the wineskin. What do I have to start a fire? I know it's like it's flint and steel, but it's not flint and steel. It's
I bought some flint and quartz.
that. There we go. Okay. So I'll make sure that I've got that on me. And
Or yeah, quartz and flintstone is what I have from the giant shopping spree.
and also while we're kind of waiting for this countdown to happen, I'm gonna make sure that Tanzima is filled in on what we're doing and see if he has any insight or anything appreciative to say. Tanzima?
He states that the hag sleeps and that he is ready for the attack. And he bids us good luck. And he also says, somewhat snarkily, do not die so quickly. You have to make good on your pact with me.
I've bloodied the blade already, so let's see if we can take some more out.
I am ready. Let's be off.
Okay. So as long as we don't see any warning signs, Zarak, I will be on my way and we'll fall back to this position as plan A, and we'll fall back to the camels as plan B. All right, so that will be our 2 rally points.
Okay. Okay. So you're putting the white phosphorus where again? In this case, not the tent.
Nope, not the tent. I will put it on the trumpets and on that target of opportunity, which I believe, Rafe, remind me, that was where the academic was
Yes.
kind of hanging out.
Yes,
Okay.
the ex-priest of Ibis.
Yes.
Now turned cult leader for whatever reason. Yeah, he is currently taking up a position in the vicinity of those gigantic trumpets.
Okay.
Yep.
So just to restate then, I will be taking stealthily around the top until I get above the trumpets, lighting the white phosphorus and dropping it down to try to nail him and the trumpets.
Okay. Roll me stealth at my table, brother. Help.
Here we go.
Fuck.
Character
just
Spirit and
should
the
just-
Deem keep you in the shadows.
You should just roll a crit.
Hey,
I
Alex, hush. Let him do it. He should roll a crit. Shut up.
Okay.
I got mine.
So that is a 16.
Yes.
Keep in mind, he didn't specify what type of crit, so there's the problem.
Yeah, right. Oh my
Success.
fucking god. Okay.
Fucking player killer.
No, shut your mouth. Right? So Terry, you succeed. You can describe for us how close you get, how you get there. You can be as descriptive as you possibly can. Go for it.
Okay. So using the shadows of the torches, I stick to the darkest parts and use my Yathite's ability to kind of avoid anything crunchy.
Okay.
And if it gets to a point, slip off my sandals and just go barefoot.
Okay.
And creep stealthily so that I find myself in the position where I am looking down and being as directly above the trumpets and the target as I possibly can.
Okay.
From that point,
yep.
I'm going to take a couple steps back and lay out the white phosphorus bag and my quartz. I guess I keep wanting to say flint and steel, but I guess it would be flint and quartz.
Right. Your ignition source. Yes.
My ignition source.
Yes.
And step back. And once again, I'm going to like do a couple double takes of saying like, okay, if I light this and drop it down there, that's where it's going to go. And just make sure that I'm there. And then I'll sit back for another like 5 to 10 minutes in the shadows and not make a sound and just watch and make sure I'm not observed.
Okay. Tanzama whispers in your mind, stay here. If you move, you will be observed.
And I will sit without moving.
Just completely stock fucking still. The instructor in your previous life, known as Tsitska, stands there having a lighthearted conversation with one of the other cultists pertaining to their next moves. He says the second full moon of this month will be 3 days from now. Nearly all of our preparations are in order. And the last 3 stones of the hedge need to be placed. The sacrifices have all been taken care of. One of these lesser priests asks him, what of the lesser demons? They will simply be sacrificed as well. A portal will then be opened to the outer dark, and Yaguagal will again grace us with his presence in the flesh. Boy, bring me a cup of wine. And he sends one of these younger slaves off to get him some wine. There's a lull in the conversation, and Tanzama says, "Strike. He's not paying attention to you."
Okay. Then I will light the fuse.
Make me a wild lore test. Light the fuse.
6, 6, 12 plus 7 is 19.
Easily. He did. Oh my god, it's too easy. Can you feel the tension? Fuck, I feel the tension. Fuck, I got goosebumps. The fuse takes, Terry. You now have a very volatile grenade in your hand.
I will shield it. I'll give it a couple breaths to make sure that it's not going to go out. And then I drop it over the edge.
Okay.
And then I head back.
How do you head back? Are you hauling ass, or are you what are you doing? What are you doing? Tell me.
It's half and half. So what I'm trying to do is still make use of the shadows.
Right.
And I need to I'm gonna hustle back as far as I can, but I'm still trying to be conscious of not trying to draw attention to myself.
Okay. Okay, hang on here. I'm taking notes. Fuck. Okay. Oh fuck. You get goddamn like 15 paces away when you hear a violently sputtering combustion and essentially a boom. If you steal a look over your shoulder to see what the fuck's going on back there, and a flash of white light. And like 4 people scream in agony. Yeah. How do you wish to proceed? If I'm gonna give you an action here quick, and then we're going to basically enter combat.
My first thought would be to probably sprint using the din and the chaos to beat feet out of there as fast as I could and fall back.
Okay. You fall back to you fall back to your first rally point, which is I from what I understand at the ledge.
Yeah, where we were peeking up.
Okay. Misa meets you at like the rocky outcropping, like you just like zoom like right, you like get by, like step by her, and you maybe just like scoop her up. I don't know what you do, but
I asked Serac, what did you see? Did I do it? What did you see?
What did I see?
Misa will actually cut him off, and she says like 2 of the trumpeters did screamed, and the bald man disappeared. He just in a flash of light, he's not there anymore. She's look and points, and you just see this crater. There's like a half tent to make shade there, and that's on fucking fire. I'm on there is heard sounds of commotion being aroused. As you guys were kind of like being pushed and shoved into your cages that for that evening. one of the guards runs over to you and says something happened in the quarry. There was a flash of light and screaming, and by the grace of all goodly gods, and may the fourth horseman of the pulp apocalypse be with us, he doesn't lock the cage properly in a few moments of like jostling. He's like key in, like is he like is someone when comes up and like fucking jostles him, and you like see this out of the corner of your eye and you're like, don't. You're like willing this lock not to fucking like the tumblers not to fall into place, and you're like, don't you fucking do it. No. And you hear a click click and like a shunk, and he like tears the key out and fucking runs. You are at this door in an instant, and you jostle the key the cage door, and it opens. You're fucking free. And these guards are hauling towards the quarry. The guards that have been left by the Wheel of Pain still stay by the Wheel of Pain. But the cult leader, known as Anku, comes out of one of the greater pavilions with a scimitar on his belt that's like half out, and like he stands there. He barks some fucking orders to send people off to do their thing. And now it's fucking chaos. Kree and Zarok, what do you do?
Wow. I didn't think this far ahead. At this point, I think we fall back to the camels and set up a defensive position and see what happens.
So you said it was kind of chaotic, like
Oh yeah, like flies on shit. They're descending upon the quarry. One of the trumpets has caught fire because it's made out of wood. And it goes up like a pile of dried leaves, unfortunately. There's two of them there, and the second one just caught fire too.
I mean, if it's chaotic, we might as well take this cover to go in, do more. Where's that hag? We saw where that hag was, right? Let's go kill that wrinkled bitch.
She
right.
actually walked off into the rocks somewhere.
And she hasn't revealed herself yet?
No.
Wow.
No. Oh, fuck. No, she hasn't appeared.
Fucking rogue over there.
A secluded area? Like a secluded area of rock?
I'm saying she walked off into the rocks that you guys don't know where she is. You guys are on like this half mountain type thing. She could be anywhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, anywhere. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
What about the guy with the scimitar? Do we see him?
He is in another portion of the encampment. The one with the scalp lock. No, you do not see him from where you guys are.
Okay. So what I'm going to tell Zarok is what I got a feeling is outside of the quarry, there's an encampment that's off back to the side, and that seems to be where there is the encampment for the slaves. Do we want to circle back around and try to get in that way and mingle in with the slaves?
Start like a jailbreak?
Absolutely. If nothing else, we blend into the chaos.
We might as well try that. Yeah. If we want to take advantage of this, I mean, if this gets settled, there's going to be increased security. There's going to be high alert. I mean, this is the time to take advantage of this.
All right, what are you
Okay.
doing?
Jailbreak, jailbreak, jailbreak.
So what we'll do is we'll try to loop around and make our way to the back of the encampment.
All right. Make me stealth checks tests, and I'll see how this works.
And we're still keeping a very close eye out for the hag and for Mr. Topknot.
Okay.
Can I make a check I don't have any grades in?
Can stealth be used untrained? I don't think so. Maybe.
I got a 15.
Stealth cannot be used untrained. No, actually, oh shit. Stealth can be used untrained. You
Yeah.
take a -4 penalty to it.
-4 penalty. Okay.
I mean, it makes sense because
Rafe?
anyone can try to hide.
Anyone
Rafe,
can
what if
try to. Yes.
What if I go ahead of the group and as I'm coming across those like tiki torches, I'm kind of like knocking them over.
You can put them out. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. You can put them out. Fuck yeah, do it. Do
Okay.
it. Do it. Yeah.
So I'm going ahead of Zorak and Miza, and I got a 15. And so I come up to the first tiki torch, kick it over, and then I go up to the next one, and so basically I'm paving a pathway of blackness for them.
Alex, make me a stealth test.
Okay.
Just do reasonably well.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Essentially, you just need to do reasonably well.
I mean, it's still untrained, right? So
Yeah.
Mhm.
You just tell me what your die says, and I'll do the rest.
Oh, well, there was a 4 and 2, and then I have for reflexes I have 3. It's a 5 after the -4. Because the 4 die basically is canceled out.
Alrighty. So total is
5.
5, a big fat 5. All right, cool. As you guys were, we're in the middle of a battle right now. We'll say when you guys arrive, if you guys arrive in the encampment, we will go from round-based combat to narrative-based combat. And I will describe that when we get there. So, Cree, what was your stealth test? I'll roll
15.
for Miza. All right. Yeah. Add a girl, Miza. She got an 18. Add a girl.
Jeez. Like a shadow.
Yeah, right. She is your shadow. She
The
doesn't
team
let
would
go
have
of your
been
hand
proud.
unless you like shoo her away. Yeah, no, she doesn't.
Nope.
Come here, sweetie. But no, you guys get to the encampment. That is rousing. There's a supply depot there. There is these 2 enormous wheels of pain that are turning, that have slaves on them that are pushing their weights. There are guards there. The majority of these guards are moving towards the quarry, and the slaves are looking out from their cages, confused and such. Like, there is now a column of smoke coming out of the quarry. Well done, Cree. How do you guys wish to proceed? Amon, by the way, the door is still open.
Right. Amon, like, would have waited a second, like keep like kept the door shut to make sure all the guards had fucked off.
Yep.
And then he would have like, now is Amon the last one in the row?
No, we'll say you're like the middle right of the 4 cages there.
Okay. Yeah. So he'll open the door. There's probably nothing for weaponry around here because everything's put up at the armory.
Of course. In the supply depot, of course.
In the supply depot, of course, yeah.
All tools are handed over to the guards to be policed and such like.
Yep.
So you have your
of course.
fists.
Is I can't remember his fucking name. The one that got recently possessed. Is his cage locked or is he able to get out?
No, he's in the quarry because he does not tire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all the possessed slaves are in the quarry doing their thing. Those of us who can still sleep and are kept as live meat are in cages. There are 2 guards with their backs to you, seeing over the Wheel of Pain there, that's like a dozen paces away, and they're armed. Conveniently, the one on the left is carrying an axe that has a rather keen edge.
Right. Problem is, it's a unarmed slave against 2 armed guards.
Hey, man, this is up to you. I'm trying to help you.
Right? God damn it.
What do you got for us, Terry?
Rafe,
Yes,
can I
yeah.
make it like, okay, so as we're overseeing this encampment, can I make an awareness check at all to like just kind of ascertain the situation to go, we're looking for targets of opportunity. Obviously, we're looking for Top Knot or the Hag is going to be the first 2.
2, yes.
But if we see armed guards that we're like, we can take them out.
Okay.
Oh, so that's an 8 plus 5 is
Yes.
13. 13, 15 plus 7.
Okay.
22.
22.
And this is an awareness test who's trying to figure out
Targets
surveying
of
the area.
opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Top Knot is not there anymore. The Hag has yet to reveal herself, and there are about a dozen guards running throughout the encampment trying to see about securing things and making sure that they are not being attacked from the rear. The majority of the guards are in the quarry trying to ascertain what the hell happened there. One individual astride a camel comes from the quarry and hollers at one of the lieutenants, saying that the priest, the high priest, Tsitska, has been slain by some fire attack of some kind, and they're combing the rocks, the rest of the crags for possible intruders, or if they're being attacked or not, and they're basically forming some kind of defense. So targets maybe 20 odd regular guards. You don't see any of the leaders here. You did, however, get confirmation that one of them has been slain. Well done.
Oh. Zorak, any ideas?
Create mayhem, right?
Do we let Do we let Misa go?
I don't think we should reveal that she is here. That hag might perk up real quick. And without knowing where she is, I am not comfortable letting Misa get him yet.
Mom's gonna go for it.
What's that? Amon's gonna go for what now?
So essentially, okay. Explain to me, how is the axe? Like, is he holding the axe? Is it on his hip? Like,
It is in a ring on his hip.
that might be the shortest lived character I ever had. We'll see how
Oh
this
my
goes.
god, dog.
Hey, we go ahead and do it. All right. So
We gotta do it.
essentially what I want to do,
Okay.
because they don't know
Okay.
I'm fucking here right now.
No, they have their back to you, dude.
Because they're watching the other shit.
Yeah.
What is the other guy armed with?
A spear.
Fuck. Of course he is. God damn it. So basically what Amon's gonna do is Amon is going to try to tackle the one with the axe, like down to the ground, grab said axe, and hopefully fucking kill them both.
All right. We have entered. Well, I'm actually gonna let you do that attack, and then we're going to enter narrative combat there. So make me an attack, man. There's no grappling rules, just a straight fucking attack. You're gonna attack him,
Right.
go. Get him, get him, get him, get him. More tin cup, Terry. Yeah, you're gonna need it for this one. Oh, this might suck. This might be awesome.
might.
Ah! Okay. And I'm sorry, we are kind of pushing this a little late, but well, we're gonna try and keep it together. Fuck.
That's a 30.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, you put him on the ground.
Yes.
What do you do to him once you have him on the ground?
Well, I guess
The other guy seems pretty stunned at this moment.
Right.
What the fuck's
So-
going on?
he did it out of necessity.
Yep.
He's not very good at just barefisting. So basically he wants to knock him down.
Yep.
Grab the axe and fucking hit him with the axe.
Yeah, I'll let you take up the axe. You're gonna have to make another attack because they're both stunned at this point.
That's fine because he can whip some people's asses with this axe.
Right? God, fuck.
Ooh, double sevens.
Fucking hell.
So that's an 18 with the axe.
That hits. Yeah.
I'm assuming these are just bronze or copper axes.
They are. He's got a bronze axe. Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't have a material penalty, if that's what you mean.
Right. $13 points of damage.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, you split the back of his skull wide open. And with that, you guys enter narrative combat. Gree, get your ass in there. You've got a magic sword. How narrative combat works is the level of severity of the pitched battle is designated as a single die. Gree has never seen battle before. And like a pitched battle. He's not a soldier. He's never participated in a battle. He is essentially going to be taking a horror penalty die. So he is going to be rolling a single 8-sided die, which will explode if it explodes. And for his portion of the scene in the melee of this going on, he's going to have a swath of combatants that he himself has to deal with. You roll your die, and that's how many people you kill in your part of the scene. Now
Very
Zorak
Dynasty
being
Warriors.
yeah, very much so. Zorak, on the other hand, he is a soldier. He has participated in at least one battle. He's not going to have a horror die penalty. So you're going to actually roll two die, which will explode when they can. And you will obviously describe for your portion of the scene how you dispatch these people and what kind of damage you both actually take, because you will be taking damage. No one goes through a pitched battle unscathed. Absolutely no one. It is impossible. So Gree, and well, unfortunately, Misa is now part of this pitched battle too, so poor thing will have to deal with the horror of her first battle at 4.5 cycles old.
She gets 4d6 as 48 as she just swats the battlefield with her gaze. Sorry,
Maybe.
never mind.
We'll see. Gree, you wade into your first battle, and you may describe your portion of the scene. Roll it.
Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is draw out the saber and to say, Tenzama, I'm really going to need your help with this.
And he says in your mind with no small amount of exultation, into the breach we go. And there you are.
Okay, so any bonus at all for having your freaks mentor into this?
You know what? For the fuck of it, you can roll two 8-sided die. That's fine. Maybe bolstered by the fact that you're technically not alone in this.
And I would even accept it as like an advantage die where like I'm really technically only rolling one die, but I take the higher of the two just because he's like guiding me. But it's up to you. I'll take the 2 die.
Go with the 2 die. We technically have a he's not a familiar, but he's technically a spirit companion.
Okay.
Similar to like a mystic. Good point though. Good point. Yep.
Okay. That's a 7 total.
But that is 7 souls that you cast into the void. You may describe for us how you dispatch these 7 people.
Okay, so once again, we're sneaking up on them, and we still have the cover of darkness. And
Yep.
Gree finds the ability to take kidney shots and neck shots, and moving stealthily back around while the guards, are surprised and completely unaware, and in some cases unarmed. And so, even though it looks and feels like an hour's worth of time to him, time slows so much that he can do the back shots, the kidney shots, the neck shots. And so by the time that this round ends, he has moved completely through the back of 7 enemies without them really noticing. And
Beautiful.
basically incapacitated, at least in such a way that it was almost like taking candy from a baby.
Beautiful. Zorak, go for it, brother.
Well, that's 5. That's all right.
Five individuals? All right.
Yeah.
As you join the fray, describe for us how you dispatch those 5 individuals.
Um, we're talking soldier types that are probably that we're coming up on. Maybe the first one, they start to catch their enemies unaware. I think the first one, Zarok will kind of swing his spear around, kind of flip it around. He'll bring it around so it's pressed flat up against the first guard's neck, and he'll just kind of give a hard jerk, and he'll kind of crush his windpipe in with the staff of his spear on that first one. He whips it out from around, and he's going to catch the next guy back of the head, just spear right through his skull. And he'll have quickly dispatched 2. The third, let's say they start to get, you said nobody gets out of these unscathed, so they become aware. A sword comes out, he blocks with the spear, he does a spin move to tie up the sword and kind of rip it out of his hands. Maybe gets a cut, a little nick on the side of his arm as the blade goes spinning around as he's flipping his spear. He'll butt to the guy's stomach, bring his head down, smash it on his knee, leave that man with a shattered nose, bleeding out the front. And then the fourth, he will keep at a distance, get a solid jab into his gut. The fifth, he'll pull out his shield, seeing the need for it. As this man doesn't go down right away, he'll maybe take a cut to the leg, but he'll eventually get the man through the neck, the bottom of the skull, with his spear in an upward thrust. And he'll have dispatched 5 men.
Excellent. With that, we go to Amon, as you've dispatched your first man, and you've seen to the second one. How do you wish to proceed with the rest of your scene there?
Did either of them have a set of keys on them?
Of course not.
Of course not. And I'm assuming the locks on the cages are metal, like
Of course.
somewhat sturdy metal.
Yep.
Oh fuck. All right. Shit. The officer who runs the armory and the storehouse probably has keys.
Possibly.
So we's going to go a hunting.
Okay.
He's
As the camp is now in full swing of just chaos, the guards that were in fact in the quarry are now returning to the encampment. Be advised of that. Please continue.
yeah. Amon doesn't have anything really in the way of stealth and deception.
Yep.
He is smart enough of a man to know, okay, stick to the shadows, especially if there are guards nearby, because I am not equipped to deal with these son of bitches heads on. So he will attempt to stick to the shadows. If he finds one with a back turned or likewise distracted, he will not hesitate to bury an axe in the neck. I can roll for that if I find any of them.
No, we're already in narrative combat. You're
Right,
just rolling die for kills.
Right. But yeah, his thought is he's trying to find a guard or an officer who has keys so he can start letting the other slaves out. That's his end goal right now.
Oh, then make me a stealth test if you're not going to join in the combat there. If you're trying to get back to the supply care depot.
Yeah. That's 10 because of the -4.
Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. That being said, oh, you get back to the supply. There seems to be a disturbance towards the rear of the encampment where the supply depot is, and the cultists are forming up a defense around the supply. And there's about 8 guys there. So, including the officer who sees over the supplies and the tools and such like. If you want to join the battle there, then you can do so.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay. They see you. I'll roll it, man.
All right. 2d8.
Let's see. Yeah, 2d8 for you.
It's gonna be 7.
7. All right. You may describe for us how you slay 7 men.
All right. Fuck. He's not a soldier. God damn it.
No.
He was supposed to be a priest. He's not supposed to be doing this shit.
Yep.
So
Oh, yeah.
this is going to be pretty much quick and dirty. He knows enough to stay out of the way of the pointy ends. He is gangly enough that he probably has enough speed to be able to dodge around. He also does have some evasion, so this will make it a little bit easier. But yeah, he basically, as soon as they see him, he kind of just runs headlong, and he'll probably take the first one to either the chest or the neck. If any of these guys, by the way, have an axe on them, he will actually pick it up, so he has one in each hand. But yeah, it kind of just boils down to just causing neck gouges and gaping chest wounds because he knows those kill the fastest, and he has no time to fuck around with these guys. He's also not deft or acrobatic, so he's not going to do the weird flurries of I'm going to chop off a hand and then chop off the head. No, he just goes for gouges and gashes and hopefully leaves a trail of bodies behind him. More than likely, he's going to take a handful of gouges and cuts of his own, probably from the spearmen, because he can't get close to them in time. But I'm sure a swordsman or two will get a gash across his back or even dig into his side there a little bit.
Yeah, no, you slay 7 of these individuals, and you take 4 points of vitality damage. The essentially that officer who sees over this place is momentarily about to retaliate, and there is a cry in amongst the din of this battle, and this officer screams and then slumps to the sand as this tiny hooded thing standing behind him with a bloody dagger it just appears. He falls away, and then it appears as this small person pulls off its hood and snakes. Is the horror of like why is there a child Gorgon here? Yeah, no. The thing has its mask still on, and this small child stabbed him in a place where he's not gonna get back up, severing his spinal column. And no, he just twitches there in the dirt, or excuse me, in the sand.
Amon was about to run up on the body and look for the keys, but then seeing the child, it's like, oh, it's a child. That's a Gorgon.
A Gorgon child.
Why is there a Gorgon child? Come on, this is all internal. The fuck is there a Gorgon child here? And then probably the din behind him is like, you know what? Beggars can't be choosers right now. He's actually just going to like put his hands up and slowly back the other way.
Okay, where does he go then?
Unless she moves, he kind of just he would either back out of the building, or she's coming in his direction, he would fuck off to the side because he's not getting in her way.
Oh, he doesn't get in her way. All right, you get out,
No.
you get out of her way, and the other
Amon,
two. I'm sorry, go
Amon
for it.
has a 12 in occult, and he has almost 4 ranks in esoteric knowledge. I'm pretty sure he knows the depths of what these things can do. So yeah, I don't care if it is a child, I'm not getting in that thing's fucking way. So yeah.
Okay. Could we jump in here for a dramatic effect?
You can walk out if you like. At this point, you can walk out from behind a few tents.
At this point, if I see Misa out stabbing somebody,
Oh yeah, I'll say through the tents you saw her like stab him in his spinal column and then tear the dagger out, and he's just like, oh fuck, and falls over.
okay, and she's
At a girl.
like, but she's in presence of another person.
Yes.
I see that.
Who
Okay,
has an axe?
so I'm gonna run up,
Or 2 axes, excuse me.
scoop her up so that she's with me, and hold the saber out and say, she's with me.
She's gonna fight you. Like, what are you doing? She's trying to get down. Like, she's trying to like squirm, and you probably drop her.
Ow.
Right? Down in the sand.
But my intent is to get between her
Right.
and the adversary
Yes.
with the saber.
Yes, you can do that. Absolutely.
Which like, okay. So when you pick her up and say she's with me, Amon's first thought is, why the hell do you have a Gorgon child? Put that down.
Put that.
Run away. What are you doing?
Put that down.
The only reason Amon is not running is because he has a big ass fucking saber pointed at him.
You're right. Oh shit.
By the way, that's in Yathite.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So I still have the saber out, and I
Yep.
say, I'm leaving with her, and I have a firm but gentle grasp on her shoulder, and I have the saber pointing out, and we're backing out.
Okay, good. All I want is the slave key so I can go rescue the rest of them.
Wait, what?
If we have enough light to see it, Amon is dirty, gangly, and then simply a loincloth.
Oh, he's absolutely dressed like a slave. Terry. He looks like a slave that has recently tried to liberate himself.
All right.
That officer should have the cage keys.
I still have the saber pointed at him, and I say, show me.
Misa goes and like filches the keys off of him and like jingles them violently
I
at
was gonna
you.
say, the body was by your feet, Gree. If I was to come to you to show you, go skewer my ass.
No, she just violently shakes these keys. She's these keys.
Give it to him, please.
She
Misa.
throws the keys at Mike's character Amon.
Right?
The dirty Yathite with the axes.
Dirty Yathite with the axes. God damn it. Where's a hammer when I need one?
Where's the rock in all of this? Or is he just like killing still? He's
Behind
away
him
killing.
on.
What?
Behind him on.
Behind him on.
Motherfucker, you could
It's
ash
the
to the
one
neck
time
and
he's
do that shit.
stealthy.
Yeah,
All
right.
right.
Go with the player killer here in a second.
Yeah, no, he'd probably keep on doing some killing. And then
All
he
right, we'll
notices
get to him
that-
shortly.
Right.
until
No.
he notices that that Gree
The other
and
two are
Misa
gone.
have peeled off. Yeah.
Right.
No, Amon will grab the keys, and quite honestly, as soon as he has keys in hand, he'll fuck off. Because he knows where all the cages are kept, and he's going to go unlock every fucking last one of them.
And I will follow him.
Misa punches Gree in the leg. Don't pick me up like that. I was gonna get him.
Just wait with this one. I think he's one of the slaves.
I could have told you that. I know, you guys hurry off into the encampment.
God, 9 going on 15. Jesus Christ.
God damn it. I know, right?
She's like, bitch, I matured so many cycles after yesterday.
Well,
I
fuck the poor
matured 3
thing.
whole cycles.
I'm gonna whistle for Zerak.
Zarok, roll me 2 die and tell me what you're doing.
Oh, that was an 8 and a 1. I'm murdering people.
Well,
is that 9
technically that's
people
a
in
s-
this effect or
technically
okay, 8?
that's an 8 with a suppress. Yeah, fucking hell, man.
God damn shame. I'm murdering 8 more people.
Yeah,
I'm oof, boy.
he's very busy right now.
Yeah. He's maybe after a close quarter scuffle with 2 I don't know, I assume there's some guards where he fends one off with the shield and he gets one with a outwards thrust, keeping the other busy with the shield, and he comes over the top, right through the top of the head. He'll flip the shield on his back, 2-hand the spear again. He'll start spinning it and just catches another guard unawares, spinning the staff, uses the momentum, cracks him up against the head so fucking hard, keeps that momentum going, and sweeps another guard's legs out, just stab right through the chest. That's 4 of them, and then there will be another just kind of a ruckus where he'll get another 3, just with distracted stabs through the back, and then the 8th one he will he'll do like a feint. He'll stick the spear between the guard's legs, and then he'll kick it with his own. He'll kick it, sweeping one of the guard's legs out, give him a half split, so that he's in a real awkward position, and then he'll he'll kick the spear up, pull the pointed end back out through his legs, so he slices some bits right up where you don't want to have any slicey slices, and then he'll just drive it home into the man's heart, as he's knelt down in the weird splits position. Kick the body back and notice Grease out there. What the fuck?
Wow.
And
Now
after-
that you realize you're alone.
after he's all done with that, I'm like, stop screwing around. We're freeing the slaves.
I was doing that in my own way.
Right? But no, you guys continue there. You guys move deeper into the encampment, and someone has spooked the elephants and 3 of their elephants are like rampaging through the encampment, stepping on freed slaves that one of the cages had been overturned. One of the wheels of pain. It is absolute fucking chaos here. One of the wheel of pains had been destroyed. Couple of the tents have gotten fired. One of the tents actually it combusts and explodes, which makes the other elephants, there are 8 elephants total, that are now very upset. Several multi-tonned, angry, tusked individuals going through the encampment. For fuck's sakes, guys, what did you do to this place? Well, we gave them what for and then some. Amon, you get back to a couple of the cages that were not tipped over. One of them yours was actually tipped over, so thank all the gods that you were not inside. And you freed about 100 slaves that way. And now there's a slave riot. They are beating the guards and the cultists to death with their bare hands. They are making mockeries of these individuals. Some of the devils that had been possessing these poor souls are slain and or try to devour each other, or try to vent all of their enslaved frustration out on the living. No, it is a noisome, clamoring holocaust of fire, screaming, elephants rampaging, and in the chaos, the 4 of you regroup as this hideous, dried up old woman steps out into there's like a fucking street, like this thoroughfare. And again, she's not really wearing much clothing, warty and wrinkled and moldy between her wrinkles. And she's there, and Misa just figuratively turns to stone in fear right there. What does the party do?
I bend down to Misa and I say, let's get her. You got this.
She snaps out. Well, I'd actually, you know what? Here, let me see if she snaps out of it. Oh.
I've got a persuasion.
No, she snaps out of it and she takes her mask off.
Ooh.
She sweeps her gaze of the encampment, killing hundreds in an instant, and the hag buys it before she can get away, and she turns to an ugly statue appears where she was.
Zorak's gonna grab Amon's shoulder and just turn him. Just turn.
The camp is eerily fucking quiet. In an instant.
Gree bends down to Misa and says, "You did it. You got her." Can you put your mask back on?
Yeah, she puts her mask back on. Thanks, honey. Thank you, dear. You're such a sweetie. Yeah, no, it's eerily fucking quiet. There's like the crackling of fires ups the bellows of upset elephants, and maybe there is like a slave riot in the quarry, at least part of the survivors there, but there was quite a few people here in this portion of the encampment. She just swept her gaze and they all turned to stone. And with
Hey,
that,
kid.
sorry, go for it, Alex. What'd you say?
I was gonna. Hey, kiddo, you want to go up to that statue and push that bitch over? Will make you feel better.
Oh, she happily obliges. She runs up to this statue and she struggles with it, but it's in the sand, so she struggles. She's gonna make her physique test. She struggles. She's gonna maybe someone maybe tries to go, no, leave, just let me do. And she's and it falls the fuck over. Her tiny body did it. And we'll say
Post up for a high five.
we'll say it hits a rock and the statue breaks into several pieces. And with that, I think we're gonna bring the session to a close with soliloquies. Gree, take us away for the first soliloquy.
Wow. So that was my first battle, but okay. So what that taught me was
Just
having
covered in blood.
good, having a good tactics and having good supplies really saved us here. So, yeah, I'm quite happy how this turned out, and whew, I'm not really sure where we go with this from here, but I think that we have a bunch of slaves that we need to get back to at least the coast, and I would feel pretty good about that.
Zarak, would you take us away, brother?
Well, all things considered, it's been a rough time. The last day or two. It's unfortunate how their journey to the desert here has turned out in terms of losing a party member. But at least the rest of them were kept safe from the demons, and they did eventually accomplish their goal of, or at least I assume this was the goal of, disrupting whatever was happening here, potentially freeing some slaves, it seems, but certainly making quite a disruption. And it does feel good to have accomplished that, even if we lost some people along the way. But Zarak knows this, and way back when Hilani knew this. This is, and I assume Deem knew this. You lose people sometimes, and you keep going, and you make progress. That's what we've done today. It feels good.
Amon, as the new member of this party, you may close us out for the evening.
So, well, being a free man, will do weird things to you. He's happy to be free. He tried to rescue as many of his fellow slaves as he could. And honestly, he honestly doesn't care what they do once they're free. It's not his concern. He's going to go do what he wants to do. And if they want to raid, pillage, and burn it all to the ground, then that's on them. The hag was one that he wanted to see dead, and he did, albeit horrifically. Which in the back of his head, he's like, why you don't have a Gorgon child? Right now, his mind's not really on a whole lot other than, fuck, I'm free. Fuck, I don't have anything. That is until The Rock decides to grab his shoulder. That got made mention before we jumped into soliloquies here, which basically the way that's going to end as the scene closes on at least Amon is if Amon did not know The Rock was there, going to end with him probably spinning with an axe coming up the bear. Just saying. Because as far as he knows, that's a fucking guard coming to fucking skewer his ass. He hasn't seen Zarok yet. If he knew Zarok was there, then it's more the freaked out, don't fucking touch me, and backs away with both axes coming up the bear regardless. But yeah, foremost of his thought is, I want to get the fuck out of here because it's oppressive and it's dark and I'm free and I want my fucking sand spirit back.
And with that, we will bring the session to a close here. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. We'll hopefully be back with one of the final chapters of this saga. Good night, everyone. See you next week.